Alright. Hello fellow viewers, and welcome back to yet another Wild Wednesday. You know the drill, you know how it goes. We try to get any wild Pokemon using RNG manipulation. Oof, maybe that's a bit too loud. Let me lower the volume of the TV here. But yeah, we are trying to get a wild Pokemon using RNG manipulation and make it so that it is shiny. There's still some that I haven't got yet. Would be nice to see them. And yeah, today I thought we'd start with Lily Cove City. As always, I have this with me. This is my Espeon that is adamant nature and it has synchronize. So when I use that, I will get more available shiny Pokemon that I can get. So now we are at Lily Cove City, and with the encounter type I'm gonna change that to Super Rod and change it to Lily Cove City in Pokéfinder. Okay. Can get Wailmer and Staryu here. I would love to get a Staryu. And yeah, if I click generate, you can see clearly that the only one that I get is at frame 42,247, which is a bit too much to wait, honestly. But I do have my synchronizer, so I click adamant. I do have with this tab, synchronize. You have to know synchronize does not work or was not introduced yet in Ruby and Sapphire. It's a Emerald thing. So Emerald and upwards it exists. So I have done that now. Click generate and I see, wow, there's like so many more frames than I can get. So we're gonna hunt for that now. The delay for fishing is always 1. So let's do that. Good luck and have fun. Thank you, darling. Omni, good luck. I'll be watching shortly. Hey there, Shiny Rayquaza. How are you doing? Always glad to see guys coming back. Right, so 15,000 is the frame that I'm going for. And then let's start. Let's hope that I get a shiny Staryu. Yeah, unfortunately last weekend I was not able to stream. I went to a convention and I was pretty much exhausted afterwards. Not sure if I will be able to stream this Saturday. Probably not. Probably I'll stay with my parents and help them. So it will be on Sunday. At least I'm trying to get it to work on Sunday. And then I can start with the safari hunts. As in, I wanted to plan making streams in the safari zone. Which is a bit... It's exciting, but at the same time you could fail them. Still not as much of a problem as if I were hunting these full odds, but still, never know what will happen, and the safari zone gives a bit of a risky edge to that whole thing. And because I have a synchronizer, I can get many more shinies that I normally wouldn't get, because that's just the way the RNG works. My trainer and secret ID combo give me certain predetermined slots at predetermined frames that can be shiny, both for static encounters and wild encounters. So I have to work with what I get. Also the IVs will be fixed. That's why I will probably not get a perfect IV Pokemon, and that's why all of my shinies that I have here are usually adamant. Because with that save file, I tend to get adamant shinies. Same with the ruby save file that I have. Although these adamant ones have a bit better IVs, and with a bit better I mean 3 perfect IVs, which is much better than what I get here. I mean, still not bad, right? 22 in HP is not bad. 18 attack, I mean, slightly above average. Defense and special defense are bad. Or special defense, I would say, is bad. 3 is really not good. 10 is below average, but, I mean, you get what you get. You can't really change anything about that. That's just predetermined. The battery has run dry, and that is what the game can calculate. And basically you're stuck with them, but the positive trade-off is that you can always reset, as you have infinite tries essentially, because the game guarantees that a shiny will spawn during that frame. So the stakes aren't as raised as, for example, if I would be hunting a shiny legendary full odds and then it would KO itself. That would be reasons to become really angry. But with RNG, I mean, I can try multiple times what I actually did with the Latios. Surprisingly not with the shiny Rayquaza, which I thought was going to be very tough, but I got lucky on that one. But yeah, still fun to do. You still, even though I know at what frame a shiny will come, still it's a gamble. And I mean, the normal shiny hunting technique, let's say, or procedure, there's already so many of them on YouTube, and I thought, hey, there's not enough people streaming RNG manipulated shiny hunts, so I would like to do that. Let's see if I hit the correct frame here. No, that is a normal Whalmer. That did not register. Let's do it again. The weird peeping, I don't know what that noise is, but try finding the source of that, and it seems to just randomly come on and off whenever it likes to. So maybe, I mean, the microphone that I'm using is still working fine, I'd say. Then again, I have it for almost 10 years now. Don't know if it maybe is something with the microphone, although I doubt it. But yeah, I'll try to do everything in my power to be able to stream this this Sunday at least. So that would be the 25th of February. Trying to start with Safari Sundays then. And I'll go through all the areas that the Safari Zone has. So it has up to 6 areas in Emerald, with each area having a different different Pokemon list. Not completely different. Some Pokemon can be found in other areas as well, but still the list of Pokemon that I can get is very interesting, and it includes some Pokemon that are pretty rare. I mean, the Pikachu, for example, I already have, but this being a wild stream, and I mean, I could still get multiple Pikachus even though I have them in shiny as a shiny already. You never know what will happen. What I'm personally interested in the most would be the, for example, Pinsir, which can be found in Area 3 in the Safari Zone. That shiny is pretty nice, and the thing is, you can transfer it up to, from using Pokemon Home and Pokemon Bank, you can transfer it up to the newest games, so I have a shiny Pinsir for these ones as well, and always remember once I get monetized on YouTube, or even not now, should you become a member on or subscriber on my Patreon or Subscribestar or Ko-fi, then you are eligible to get a clone of any of my shinies that I hunt. And that means that you too can use these Pokemon. And of course, should the need arise, I can also do that. I mean, the perfect IV, they don't have perfect IVs, but I do have a lot of silver bottle caps on my Pokemon Sun and Ultra Sun. No, not Ultra Sun, Ultramarine. So I can fix that for you as well, no problem. So you'll get a perfect, competitive ready shiny from me to have as a souvenir, maybe to use in tournaments or online, however you like it. You could also breed it because you can use the Masuda method. All the Pokemon that I catch in this game, Emerald, are going to be German, so many of my viewers, or at least the vast majority, are English speakers. So you can actually profit from my Pokemon being not English or being generated in a non-English game. So you can use the Masuda method to get even more shinies if you'd like. And all the Pokemon from my Ruby will be French, since that game is also in French. So do keep that in mind. Let's see. Is this the one? No, that is a Wailmer. I mean, already got multiple shiny Wailmers last stream. So I don't need more, but I do have the feeling that I will get more in this stream. At least I hope tonight's gonna be better than last. Last Wild Wednesday was kind of a fail. I only got one shiny Pokemon, and the other one, the Love Disc, yeah, I failed that one. To be fair, I got one for the Valentine's Day stream. That was last week. Wasn't a Wild Wednesday, it was a Valentine's Day special, since Valentine's Day was a Wednesday this year. Hopefully it won't be as bad as last Wild Wednesday, but you never know. And that's kind of the fun, right? It's a gamble. You never know what I'm gonna get. Even though if I try to get the timing correctly, I can still hit one of the many frames where I don't get a shiny Staryu, but a shiny Wailmer. Sorry if I don't talk much, I'm playing a game called Hollow Knight. Oh, I know Hollow Knight, have fun, and no problem. I also tend to be a not really a chatty stream watcher. It depends though. Usually I watch streams and I do something else, like doing my laundry or cleaning something, doing household stuff. And when you have your hand in the water and trying to scrub dishes, that's not the moment to use your fingers to type things on the phone or the keyboard. I think that would be don't need to explain that, how that would be a bad idea. So I get it. You know, with gaming, yeah, I mean, if you're sitting very comfortable, depends also on what you're watching. Usually when I listen to streams as well, or just put my phone somewhere where I can somewhat see it and I don't need to touch the phone. And then I use wireless headphones, my AirPods. That's how I do it. Can't believe that we already went through every legendary in Ruby and Emerald. So the next thing would be to RNG my Sapphire. Although I'm thinking I could do it off screen, but maybe I should record myself doing that so I could make a how-to video if the need or if people want something like that. There are already videos, but maybe someone else explaining it in a different fashion would help. Hi there, S-People or S-Pipos, Pipos, not sure how to pronounce the name. How are you doing tonight? And welcome to the stream. Hopefully tonight not gonna fail as much as last Wednesday, but oh well. That's the fun, isn't it? So yeah, I was thinking about maybe recording the getting the Sapphire RNG. Even the Emerald one, my husband has a French Emerald cartridge, a legit one, that we bought on a flea market years ago for 50 cents, which is a price that's so freaking good. I think that is one of the best purchases in my retro gaming career, let's say. That's just 50 cents for something that costs up to 100 euros now. Used, of course. And that one also has the battery that has run dry, obviously. All the game's batteries have run dry at this point, I believe. And yeah, I could also use that cartridge to demonstrate how to do it on Emerald, because the process is slightly different doing it on Emerald as opposed to doing it on Ruby and Sapphire. Generally, doing it on Ruby and Sapphire I find to be easier, but having it on Emerald, or having an Emerald cartridge where you can RNG Shinies like that, is more interesting because of all the legendaries you can get. I mean, with the injection tool, I can put my my husband's cartridge in, my DS Fat, load the injection tool, and then he as well can have Shiny Ho-Oh, Shiny Lugia, all these good things, Shiny Mew. They should transfer through home. I think there's not a rumor, but people are saying that it doesn't work, although I have found no evidence of that. I mean, yeah, technically we weren't supposed to get the Mew event in Emerald. But, I mean, any cheated Mew in Emerald will, or Fire Red and Leaf Green, if you cheat the Mew, like you would use the action replay and then make it so that the Mew would appear, in Route 1. Or in Hoen's case, Route 101. So that you'd have a level 4 or level 2 Mew, something that isn't possible. That Mew will not obey you. They programmed that in as a anti-cheating measure. That Mew is programmed to never obey. It doesn't matter how many badges you have and how good you are as a trainer, the Mew will not obey. And the Mew that I RNG manipulated, actually, it does obey. So the game is treating it as if it is legit. So I assume that home will do the same. Even XD and Colosseum accept the Mew. If you try to trade a non-legit Pokemon over from either Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, or Fire Red, Leaf Green, any Gen 3 game, towards, if you try and trade it over to Colosseum or XD, it will show up as a bad egg. Or just an empty space, it depends, but they didn't. These Pokemon, they are considered to be legit. The Mew could be traded over, the others as well. So, as of now, I assume they can be transferred. I would be really surprised if they wouldn't be able to transfer through home. But yeah, there's the Emerald thing. I think it would be interesting doing that live, maybe. Or at least I'll record it using my software that I have. So that at least I can make a guide to how to do it yourself. Because there are people asking me, how do you do it? I mean, it's not that it's too complicated, but you can't really say that in a few sentences or in a comment as a reply. You really have to explain the steps. These steps are going to be slightly different if you use Emerald as opposed to Ruby and Sapphire. So you have to keep that in mind as well. How long will the stream last, Omni? I will stream... Oh! Shiny Whalmer, even though I don't want a Shiny Whalmer, but here we go. I wanted to stream until midnight, so that would be 4 hours. If I don't become too tired until then. Right, I forgot. I think that one has a self-damaging move, if I'm not mistaken. Of course, a shiny when I talk. I mean, I'm taking it, right? But it's not the shiny that I want. But still. Right, go ahead and have the HP. Another shiny Whalmer. I do have a feeling that this is not going to be the last shiny Whalmer I'm gonna get on this stream. Okay, so... Jeez, I already think I'll just try catching him with a normal Pokeball. It's the only way I could really differentiate these shinies that and the level, because when I catch shinies like these, they can be clones, as in they are exactly identical to each other in stats and IVs. That's just the way it works. I'm gonna pull off a Taylor Swift and just fly, even though I could walk there. It's when you're really freaking lazy you do that. I'll deposit that Whalmer in the box. That box, since it's pretty much... That is the wonderful shiny Rayquaza that I have. So good. Such a great shiny. Why not heal it and then try again? This time a Staryu, hopefully. Okay, so it was a level 34 Whalmer that I got. Just check. Yeah, it's you. It was level 34, right? I'll check again, just to be absolutely sure. Yeah, 34. So I hit... Okay, I did hit a pretty late frame, actually, didn't I? 31... 34. So I hit frame 15,474. Okay. Let's do some calibration, maybe. In this case I can do it because all the other slots are not level 34. Let's go back to the water again. And save. Keep violently coughing and it's making my throat scratchy. Oh, that's not good. Did you catch anything? Hopefully not. Okay, let's try this. Hopefully this time it will be a Staryu. Or yet another Whalmer. Well, until now, one shiny, hey, why not? Even though it's one that I already have. but I never, it just feels wrong to reset over a shiny, even though, I mean, I have, how many did I get? 5? Now 6. That's a lot of pink whales. Hopefully yeah, when I get the Staryu here, I'll change routes. There's so many other Pokemon that I also didn't get yet, like Jigglypuff. Have to check. I don't think I remember where to get Jigglypuff in Hoenn. What route was that again? Oh great, Bulbapedia used to be down for a while, but now I can see they're back up again, so that's good. So they're on route 115, alright. 115. Let's see. I mean, in Gen 3, usually shinies look a bit better, even the shinies that are more subtle, like shiny Jigglypuff is slightly more lavender-ish. Not too much of a difference, honestly. Also has green eyes, but in the newer generations, especially the 3D ones, the colors are all more faded, even the normal colors. For some reason, they thought they'd had to do that with the 3D games, no idea why. But I just find that the colors pop more in the Generation 3 games, including shinies. Hey there, random account, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Already caught one shiny Wailmer, even though, in the Valentine's Day stream, I caught more shiny Wailmers than shiny Love Discs, which is also funny. But that's just the way it works. There's so many shiny frames that I get here, especially when I use the synchronizer. But not all of them are Staryus. Most of them are Wailmers. So Wailmer is encounter slot 0, 1, 3, and 4. So all encounter slots on this route, or this city in this case, are Wailmers, and the rest are Staryu. So maybe we'll be getting a couple more Wailmers as a shiny. Who knows? But the next target, I think, would be Route 115. Or if any viewers say, hey, have you tried that shiny yet? And it turns out no, then I'll do that first. You caught enough shiny Wailmers to have an army. Yeah, a pink whale army. Remember, it was here on this, if you have played the game, was on this route where Team Aqua was blocked by Wailmers. A couple of Wailmers. So I could do that now with shiny ones. How fabulous. Let's see if it is the correct one this time. Nope, that is a normal Wailmer. For my Sapphire, I hope I'll get a, I can hope, but I can also kind of plan that in advance. I try getting a shiny frame where it's modest or timid. Because the 2 cartridges that I have that enable me to do RNG manipulation give me adamant shinies, and I have 2 games that give me adamant shinies. I think that's enough. Don't need more adamant shinies, I need more modest ones or timid ones, so I can use special attackers as well. Let's see how this goes. But yeah, it would be good, maybe doing not a not tutorial, yeah, maybe, but just a explanation video on how to do it quickly and simple. And yeah, like I said before, doing it on Sapphire, Ruby and Sapphire is slightly different than doing it on Emerald. It's harder on Emerald, actually, in my opinion. And I'm sure that other RNG manipulators would say the same. But it's more useful on Emerald, because on Emerald you get more possibilities. You get more... In Emerald you can not only manipulate for a Groudon or a Kyogre, but for all 3 legendaries and also all the Reggies, as well as the Lattes. Getting the Ian ticket is no problem. As I said before, I can use the inject tool. I uploaded a short explaining or showing how that works. So on Sapphire it's gonna be a shiny roaming Latias with crappy IVs, but that's just the way that works. And yet another shiny Southern Island Latios, so that's a lot of shiny Latis that I can get. And with Emerald having the cloning glitch, I can make a catalog out of those. Blizzy does that right now. Don't know if he's still streaming now. I came from his stream half an hour ago. Oh no, he looks like he stopped. But yeah, he's doing a living dex, as in every single shiny that you can RNG manipulate, the whole Pokédex. So you have every single Pokemon but as a shiny. And he is also 100%ing Pokémon Emerald, which is not as easy as people think it is. I mean, I still haven't 100%ed it because the battle frontier is, especially the battle factory. I just don't know what it is, but I keep losing my streak, so I don't get even a silver symbol in these. All the others I have a silver symbol, except the battle factory. That one is really hard, and sometimes we just get unfairly unlucky with that, which happened to me. But I will also try 100%ing my Emerald. That's a Staryu, but a normal one. And yes, in German, fittingly, in English it's called Staryu, so star and U. And in German it's called Stern, so star, and Du, you. So a literal translation of that. Shiny Staryu looks really good. And was always a Pokemon that I really liked. It's a star. I mean a sea star, starfish. But I do like stars, the shape as well. And they were water psychic. I love psychic types. That's my favorite type after all. And I also really like the water type. Always liked the Staryu and Starmie, even as a child. Reminds me of Worcester's losses in the Battle Factory. Oh yeah, Worcester. I mean, he went through every RNG BS that I could possibly conceive right now in Pokemon games. To be fair, if you're constantly playing the games and over again, these things are bound to happen. Statistically speaking, it's much more likely that it happens to him than someone who only plays to the game once. But still, sometimes his luck is just horrendous, and I feel for him. Stars are hard for me to draw. It used to be the same for me, but I do the pentagram thing, and then I erase the lines, so a few lines, so it looks like a star. Maybe that helps, and then just try doing the pentagon over and over again, and then maybe you'll be able to draw stars. But if you accidentally summon a demon, that's not my fault. So don't blame me if you do. Ooh, the tea is still pretty hot. Yeah, pentagrams are easy enough to draw. Yeah, that's how I draw stars. To be fair, I don't really draw that much anymore. Used to draw a lot when I was a child, and I just hit a development ceiling, as in I didn't get any better at the drawing at like age 12, and then for some reason that just demotivated me, and I stopped really drawing that intensely. I just drew, as in like little scribbles when you were in class and you're bored, that's it. Girl, I want to summon a demon. You want to? Well then, pick a good one though. And maybe learn some Latin. You're going to use it, to need it. Yeah, I never got back into drawing. And I wouldn't say that I was a good at drawing. I was okay at it, I guess. I also lost some appeal. Or maybe I was just too impatient with myself, and I should have not given up so fast. Welcome back, Shiny Rayquaza. What? In caps? What's wrong? Oh, with the demon? Is that it? Why are you summoning demons? I'm not summoning demons. I told a random account that if you wanna... Oh, not a shiny Whalmer. And level 34 again? Hit the same frame twice, even though it's the frame that I don't want. Oh well. I'm gonna catch it still. So I got a Whalmer again, and yeah, it's level 34. That's the only frame that comes to mind should be this one. So let's do that. And let's catch this beauty. But yeah, I was talking about drawing, or no, I wasn't. A random account was saying stars are hard to draw, and I just told her that the way I do it is, or did it, I drew a pentagram first, and then I would erase the inner lines so that it would look like a star, because if you do it that way, I tend to find drawing stars easier. And then I jokingly said, yeah, don't, if you summon a demon, then don't blame me. And yeah, another shiny Whalmer while Omni was addressing my comment. That is interesting. Demons aren't fun. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think they are supposed to be fun. There we go. Another shiny Whalmer. My army of pink whales is growing steadily. Right, let's... do want that star you now. Because I don't want to do the same thing with the last Wild Wednesday where I was on a route for maybe too long. Maybe I'll go change routes every hour. That would be more interesting, at least I think so. Demons are the souls of those who follow the devil and his ideas. Yeah, it depends on what canon of what religion you accept. Some Christians have told me demons are fallen angels, and that's really it. Other Christian denominations say something else. Maybe one is giving Yana a lifetime supply of shiny whale. Yeah, apparently that is happening. I mean, I already have a full team of them or more. You're not a demon? Of course you're not. Are you a fallen angel? I don't think so. You're not that old. Some demons are fallen. Oh, okay. So you are... Didn't you tell me you were Christian? So you're one of these that say, or who say that, also people who follow Lucifer, Satan, however you want to call him, Beelzebub, he has many names, that they are demons as well? The angels that thought Lucifer could do it better than God while in heaven, yeah, the ones that rebelled. They got cast into hell. I've read La Commedia Divina by Dante Alighieri, so that is usually also referring to that. I'm trying to be Christian, but my personality won't allow me to. I mean, there's like so many ways to be a Christian, right? You don't have to be a fundamentalist or an evangelical or a Catholic, anything. I mean, I know people who are Christian, but they are, what are you called again? Utilitarianist Christians. At least those that believe that hell is empty, save for Satan and his demons, and no human goes there. And that salvation comes for every human soul. Just for righteous souls it comes earlier than for wicked ones. I know Christians who are like that. Or I know people who are religious, maybe deist. As in they believe in a higher power, but not necessarily the Christian God or a Abrahamic God. Crazy enough to cause a little mischief with a demon. So usually it should be the other way, right? There's 7 deadly sins, yeah. Pride, wrath, gluttony, lust, envy, and sloth. And there used to be an 8th one. Do you know? Depression used to be a sin, but the when I remember correctly, the Catholic school of thought changed that because, I mean, usually if you're depressed, that isn't your fault, and seeing that as a sin is kind of, well, I don't know, it feels wrong. Those are like the main demons. Pride is Lucifer, the devil, Satan, yeah. That was his worst sin, wasn't it? At least according to the text. Making food to cause a loss. Not a shiny whale, my what? This time a level 25 one. Keep hitting the Whalmer slots. Level 25, there's one here, and I think that, yeah, I did hit that frame. So update that. Catch it and do it again. I have so many pink whales right now. Unreal. But yeah, I also like to know, how can you cause a lawsuit with making food? Wouldn't you have to poison people or hurt them? Speaking about food, I mean, some people of you probably, or most, have watched at some point Gordon Ramsay's shows. And I don't know if that's just an US American thing, but the state of the kitchens there, that would never fly in my country. You would get into massive problems if you would do that. I know, like mac and parmesan cheese with sprinkles, almond milk and barbecue sauce with cheese as well. My Italian soul is crying right now. I see where you're coming from. That is lawsuit worthy. Just eating cheese or pasta with and drinking milk, I don't know, that just does not fit at all. Okay, hang on, I'll check if I use the good rod, do I get it? No, I don't. Okay, so you have to use I have to use the super rod to get a Staryu. Or another shiny Wilma, because that will probably happen again. What time do we have? 20:47, alright. So, should I not get the Staryu with the coming about 10-ish minutes, I'll probably change the route. So that I'll be able to hunt something else. Because that wasn't really the best that I did last Wednesday, where I stayed in one route the whole time. Well, not the whole time, but for a very long time. My boyfriend is Italian, so I take second-hand disgust. Yeah, if you have a partner who's Italian, the Italianness just kind of rubs off onto you. I just make insane foods as a joke. It's like a depression meal that insults 3 different countries. That is quite a talent. And to think that there's still people out there that will eat that. I mean, there's people out there that eat basically everything. Doesn't matter how disgusting it is. They eat it. That reminds me, and when I was in kindergarten, so over 2 decades ago, I had not a classmate, but there was a kid. Do you know what Baby Bell is? It's a little round cheese snack, and usually it's in a red wax thing, as in there's some red wax, you need to open that, and then there's the cheeses inside. But the kid did not eat the cheese. The kid ate the red wax. And I'm never gonna forget that, because I just can't understand how you can enjoy wax like that. Not really healthy as well, eating wax, so don't do that. I mean, maybe that's a more modern version of your child eating glue. Still, that I will never forget about the kid that never ate the Barbie Bell or Baby Bell cheese, but just the wax. The container, basically, of the food. Don't mean to insult countries either. My cooking is just a fever dream without the drugs. Yeah, I'm not insulted. I'm just jokingly saying my Italian soul is crying. You do you, right? There's also things that I can't eat because I'm cursed with the gene. For example, do you know what a super taster is? I am that. I had a chemistry teacher in high school who brought these test strips, so paper strips, and he said, put them on your tongue, and he didn't elaborate further. So already you were wondering, okay, what will happen? What will happen? And so mostly, oh, again, shiny Whalmer, again. Really? Again, it's happening. Oh well. Where was I? But yeah, I did put the paper strip on my tongue, and it tasted really bitter. And of course, I did a facial expression of disgust because I don't like bitter tasting things. And then my chemistry teacher went like, oh, well, you have a super taster here, ladies and gentlemen. And basically that is what the test is. It is a test to see if you have a very specific set of genes that makes you more susceptible to taste bitter things. Or just things in general. And that's why, yeah, I am a super taster. I dislike bitter things. And I also have the gene that makes me dislike broccoli even more. I just can't eat broccoli. Even the, if I smell it, if it's cooked in front of me, I have to gag. It's disgusting. I really dislike the taste of that. Okay, so I got a Whalmer was level 37. That is very late. That late, really? I mean, sure, it can be, right? But yeah, there's absolutely no level 37 that comes first. So it has to be that frame. Right. That's the frame that I hit. So let's try it again. You never were a picky eater? Yeah, I am sadly one. Not proud of that, but it is what it is. I can change it. I also have the gene where cilantro or coriander tastes like soap to me. If you put just a little bit of these spices in food, the whole dish just tastes like soap. As if you would just put soap into it. And apparently for people that who like coriander, they say it tastes like fresh herbs, which I'm super jealous because I do like fresh herbs, obviously. I mean, that is probably also the Italian part of me, but I'm saying this half jokingly, of course, but that just sounds tasty. Fresh herbs. I like fresh herbs, but that doesn't taste like a fresh herb to me. It tastes like coriander tastes like soap. I cannot eat anything with just a little dash of it. It immediately tastes like soap, and I have to throw up. So that also sucks. There's so much Thai food, like, from Thailand, that when I go to a restaurant like that, I really have to tell them, please don't put coriander into the dish. I cannot eat it. And they think that I'm allergic. I'm not allergic. I just really don't like it, even though when they think I'm allergic, then they take good care of the fact not putting it in. But still, that really sucks being a picky eater. I know people flex with that. I don't even know why. People brag about the weirdest things that aren't even brag for worthy, to be fair, but why would you brag being a picky eater? That sucks. I am a picky eater. I mean, I got the gene curses being a super taster, so if the dish is a bit too much in one direction, then my brain says, nope, can't eat that. I got the coriander / cilantro gene that makes it taste like soap. So that's also out of the question. And I got sensory issues because I have autism, or I am on the spectrum. So that does limit my what I can eat. And I don't see how that is fun or brag worthy. If I could change that about myself I would, because usually the things that I have result in me not liking a dish that is healthy. Broccoli, I hate it. I hate the taste. I hate how it tastes. The texture is also disgusting, but it's one of the healthiest vegetables that I could eat, and why do I have to hate it so much? It'd be better that I liked it. Maybe there really is a demon here. It's not me. Try the Fruity Pebbles candy bar that smelled like soap to me. Fruity Pebbles candy bar, I've never had one. Then again, okay, can I really say this? I mean, I haven't really tried every single American snack out there, but when I compare European snacks and like sugary crud that isn't like a snack and not a meal, but still. When I compare them with American ones, I prefer European snacks. They're not as fake sweet. If that makes sense. Then again, maybe I didn't have the correct American snack. Also, the chocolate that I got, it just tasted weird. Like fake chocolate, even though it wasn't fake chocolate, but I couldn't really agree with others saying, oh, those are really tasty. And there is very cheap chocolate, for example, the Kinderriegel in Germany. That one is really cheap chocolate. I still like it though, because it's just bit like like the fast food of chocolates, even though chocolate is already not very healthy. But I mean, you eat these things because you want to enjoy them, right? I don't see chocolate as nutrition. I consume these things sometimes in order to enjoy them, not to eat healthily. And even then, I try to limit how many chocolates I eat per day, because shouldn't eat too much chocolate, way too many empty calories and not a lot of vitamins. Of course, you should, I mean, not everyone, apparently almost no one is able to do that, limit what they eat, but I cannot blame these people. I know people who say, oh, I mean, you just have to tell yourself no. But honestly, I think that's just unfair, because companies make these things to be as addictive as possible, and sugar is as addictive as many pretty hard drugs, like cocaine, for example. In fact, I think, I don't remember exactly, but I did read studies about how addicting chocolate is. And I do believe, if I remember this correctly, it was more addictive than cocaine. So these people who keep eating these snacks all day, okay, you can tell them every single day that's bad what you're doing, and I'm very sure that they already know that. But it's more an addiction. I mean, these companies make these things as addictive as possible, and you are essentially battling your evolution and your brain chemistry, and usually most people don't win that. Not to say it's an excuse to say, okay, I'm just addicted so I can keep chugging chips down my throat without ever thinking of consequences. Of course not, but still, the other side, addictions are let's say, illness, and we need to take it seriously and not shame them. Shaming people who are addicted to something, that shame doesn't work, because they know that it's what they're doing isn't good for them. At least almost all of them know. Same with cigarettes. But with food, it's even more heinous, in fact, because cigarettes, you don't need cigarettes to survive, right? So those are easier to avoid if you never even start smoking cigarettes. But food, you need food. You need to eat every single day. We need food to survive. And if you have a food addiction, that has to be so hard to get rid of, because food is a essential part of the human experience. You need it, and I do feel for those people, especially now where everything is even more atomized than it ever has been, and especially in America, where people tell me from there that they have to drive to work everywhere because they basically have almost no walkable cities. No wonder people become so fat. And I don't necessarily blame the consumer as a whole in this. I do believe that we should shift the blame to most of the blame, to be fair, towards the companies that make these foods to be super addicting. Just had it mailed to me for Christmas. Yeah, I know. That's how I got to try some American candies, because I know someone who buys candy, like candies, chocolate, anything like that from around the world. Japanese snacks are easier to get now because there's Asian or just Japanese shops where I live. Not just in Luxembourg, but also in Germany and in France, where you can buy Japanese snacks. Some of these are super artificially sweet as well. I would have liked them as a child, but now as an adult, even I'm still a sweet tooth, absolutely, not denying that, but I have changed a bit with taste. When I think back, what I did once when I was at a friend's house, I know she's not listening to this, but bless you, Morgan, you were an amazing friend in primary school, and I hope you're doing correct, or you're doing good. Anyway, I was with her, and we had the wonderful, genius idea, and I say this sarcastically, of course, to use strawberry milk as the milk with cornflakes. So I heated up some strawberry milk, and I used that to pour into the cookie crisps. And back then that was just such a sugar rush, and I loved it, but thinking back, I couldn't eat that as an adult. That would be way too fake, artificial sweet to me now. Not gagging, but thinking back, it's like, oh, what the heck were you thinking? And I know what I was thinking. I was a kid, and kids love sugary stuff. So that has definitely changed. It was mostly broken, but I could still smell it. Oh, so you could only smell the soap, but it didn't taste like soap. Is that what you're trying to say? Yeah, taste is a interesting aspect. I got so lucky that I was born in Europe. because we have a culinary history that spans across thousands of years, and we have, I mean, French cuisine is really good. Not necessarily everything. I don't like escargot or snails. Ugh, I shudder at the thought of eating a snail. Not that I think it's disgusting, as in we shouldn't do it, humans shouldn't do it, because no, we eat more disgusting things as snails. I mean, we are a apex predator, omnivore, we eat pretty much everything. It's not that I'm conceptually against eating snails, it's just the thought of that that texture meeting my tongue and my teeth. Ugh. I'm actually shuddering right now. Can't eat that. But that is one thing that I don't like about French cuisine, but the rest is excellent. I mean, they are known for their excellent cuisine. And of course there's Italy as well. I don't need to explain to you how amazing Italian food is. You got, for every single type of person, you got something really good. Funnily enough, I don't like tomatoes. I can't eat them like that in my salad, for example. Or when I know I still do this, even though people think that's childish, but it's not in my case, I just can't help it. When I get a sandwich and I forget to mention I don't like tomatoes with that, and they do give me tomatoes with the sandwich, I take them out, because I cannot stand the taste and the texture, especially the texture of tomatoes. Makes me gag, it's horrible. Don't like tomatoes that way, can't eat them that way. I don't like them in my in my salad. I don't want them in my soup, my salad, my sandwich. But the soup I like, or I can eat. And the tomato sauce in so many Italian dishes, that's actually okay, because the taste of the tomato is toned down and it mixes with other flavors. It mixes with the umami from the meat in the sauce, and it's not the disgusting texture that the tomato fruit has, so I can eat that no problem. That and the soup, but tomatoes in and of themselves, absolutely not. I cannot eat them. Yeah, you don't like tomatoes either? I mean, I wish I would, right? Again, something really healthy, but I just can't eat it because my brain is just... I actually gag and vomit. I can't even force myself to eat it. It just doesn't work. My brain just goes ape, S-H-I-T, to put it bluntly. And yeah, as a child I used to always take the crust, or not eat the crust of sandwiches or bread, but now I can eat it. So that changes as well. I wish it was different with the tomato and the broccoli. Although one way I can eat broccoli is when it's deep fried. But the only place where I can eat that are some Japanese restaurants. Or at least... Actually, I can only think of one in my country, and that one is a bit more expensive. Good, but expensive. Basically, what they do is they throw the whole broccoli into a deep fryer, and they deep fry it. And you eat it like that, with chopsticks. And maybe some soya sauce on it. That way I can eat it, because the fatty taste of the friedness just blocks the broccoli taste, and because the broccoli has been deep fried, the texture becomes less disgusting. That's the only time in my life where I ate broccoli. And deep fried isn't exactly too healthy. I mean, Always depends on the dose, right? The dose makes the poison. That's true with food. Also with water. Should I drink 6 liters of water, I can die. Because that becomes toxic at that point. But to be fair, who drinks 6 liters in one sitting? I'm sure that my stomach can't even hold 6 liters of water. I don't think it can. Most I've drank in one day was 4 liters. I usually don't need that much water. I mean, I don't sweat a lot. That is actually a good thing. I mean, my husband always say I glister, I don't sweat, but yeah, I'm not a big sweater. I don't sweat a lot. So I don't lose that much water. And I'm a woman, so I weigh less, and I am not tall. So I don't need as much water as other people. Okay, I think after this, yeah. I think I'll change routes, or should I try again one more time for the Staryu? What do you think? Checking what cave, or not cave, route 115 had Jigglypuff. Okay, I'll do one more reset and then I'll change routes. Taste is a funny thing, isn't it? What hasn't changed is the fact that I'm a sweet tooth, still am. But like I said before, that these crazy things that I did as a child with the super sugary sweet strawberry milk with super sugary sweet cornflakes, that will not work anymore. I couldn't eat that right now as an adult. Love myself some apple tea. Which I don't even need to sweeten. I don't need to use sugar. Because I honestly think the apple tea is already sweet enough. Apples I've always liked. Even green apples, I actually don't really have a problem with sourness. At least if it's not overwhelmingly sour. Okay, Tailo and Swallow I already have as shinies, but still. Wingull as well. Oh no, wait, I actually never got a shiny Wingull, I got a shiny Pelipper. But still, let's go on Route 115 afterwards. There's so many shinies that I could get. I do want Jigglypuff though, but that's just one single frame out of all the 15,000 ones. Odds are I'll hit one of the other ones, so Swablu, Tailo, Swallow, or Wingull. But still, bit more interesting than here. Unfortunately, here only a Wailmer or a Staryu can appear. Alright, shiny Horsey or Horsey I still haven't hunted here. And now that I have a synchronizer, I should get that one, so we don't have to wait 8 minutes for that. Or more. 42,000, how much is that? I think that's 12? No, not 12 minutes, but 10 minutes? 10, 11 minutes? Should be. I mean, it's 60th of a second, right? So 15,000 something is about 4 minutes of actual waiting. In Ruby I have a less waiting time, but less slots as well. Hey there, Shella Blades, welcome to the stream. How are you doing tonight? Just got here, let's see how this goes. Until now, got a couple shiny Whalmers, even though I already have a lot of them. I can build an army now, basically. I was trying for a shiny Staryu, but I keep hitting the Whalmer shiny frame. And after this one, I think I think I'll go to Route 115 and try something else. Okay, let's see what I got. A Whalmer, okay, so let's go on to Route 115 and try to get a shiny Jigglypuff. Or get whatever else I get as a shiny there. Okay, so Route 115 is north of this city. Best of luck. Last night I was trying to find a Remoraid but kept fishing up Poliwags. Yeah, I know how that feels. Soon, probably this Sunday, I still have to see. Usually I stream Sundays and Saturdays as well, but this Saturday I will be unable to stream. I'll try to stream on Sunday, and if I do, I will probably do the Safari Zone hunt. So got already 4 shiny Whalmers today. But yeah, you don't always get what you want. I wanted to stream on Sunday with the Safari Zone, and I could get a Remoraid there as well. Okay, so I need to surf up there first, because you can't pass these ledges in these games, only from one side. That's how it's always been. Alright, isn't the patch of grasses even up more north than I remembered it was? Right. Actually close to... This is the route that I have my my secret base in, actually. Now that I realize that. And another wild encounter. Leave me alone, I want Chinese only. Just before reaching land, I get another wild encounter. But I won't do the... maybe I should have, but... Nah, we're good. There we go, finally on land. Yeah, that's my base. My secret base. And right next to that is a base of Serge, some random dude I changed trainer information with. You can do that in these games, and then you can battle them. Pretty fun. Ah, there we go. Okay, so this is the patch of grass. That... Yeah, a really small patch of grass, but there's multiple Pokemon that I can get. So I'm going to use Sweet Scent now. The delay has to be changed. Since I'm outside, the Sweet Scent delay is 261. So let's type that in and hit generate. And the frame, since I want a Jigglypuff, the frame that I want is 15,324. Let's type that in. And then let's hope for the best. Probably gonna get shinies that I don't really need, but still. Let's go. Already with the last Valentine's Day stream, I got so many shiny Whalmers, and today I got even more shiny Whalmers, so guess I can't complain. So Jigglypuff is encounter slot 6 or 7. And I cannot change what... I mean, I'm always stuck with these certain frames and these IVs and these natures, but to be fair, it's a good trade-off because I do get a guaranteed shiny. I just need to get the timing correctly, and that's what Eontimer does. I mean, I mathematically deduced my secret ID and train ID. I did not use any action replay. So I actually don't consider what I'm doing here, right now, I don't consider that to be cheating. Some people would disagree. I know Blissey told me that some people told him or accused him of cheating. He does the same thing as I'm doing. He even does some more advanced RNG manipulations, for example with using the trainer battle, not the video method or the painting method that I don't use. Wanted to keep the first ones simpler. And honestly, I think it's easier RNGing for good IVs in Generation 4 than it is in Generation 3. So, which I will do in the future. I'll also do RNG manipulation streams in with these generations, so Generation 4 as well. That will be fun as well. So shiny legendaries from Generation 4 will also come. I have a French Pearl. I mean, I still have my childhood Pearl that is in German, but I will not be using that one to RNG manipulate. Because I will go for a very specific train ID and secret ID combo. More specifically, I will go for the combo that I can activate the Q-Charm glitch, which is unique to Generation 4. That's also a easy way of getting shinies. And I will also do the RNG manipulation the way that I'm doing it right now. So all these, so many Generation 4 shinies that will come as well. The French Pearl, and I also got a Platinum. I don't have a childhood Platinum copy. I didn't have the the money. I saved it up for something else back then. But I did rebuy a Platinum, and that save file obviously not mine, and I already migrated all these Pokemon, so I can start over, and I will do the same thing that I will plan on doing with the French Pearl. Why does my voice keep breaking? Always when I stream too. Such bad luck with that. At least got some apple tea here. 1, 2, 3. Okay, let's see. What did I get? What did I hit? Did I even hit a shiny frame? No, I hit a level 23 Schwalbini, or as you would know it as Talo. So let's reset again. Generation 5 I also planned on RNG manipulating, but some tools like Pokéfinder aren't completely... they're not completely finished with Generation 5, so... me going through Generation 3 and 4 first is actually in that case not such a bad idea. Hopefully when I come around to RNGing Generation 5, then that will be updated. I mean, these programs are free to use, and I'm really happy that someone put their time and effort in to make these programs. And I actually also donated a couple of bucks to the makers of these programs, just to let them know that I appreciate it. Hey there, Arch. Welcome back to the stream. How have you been? I should play my Unova games. Have you heard about the leak? I mean, soon it's gonna be a Pokemon Day. Apparently, I mean, I keep hearing it and reading it, but I'm still doubting it. Apparently we will get Generation 5 remakes. But even if that's true, I'm not really hyped, to be honest, because the newer Pokemon games have consistently been disappointing me. I have to be very honest with that. I have Pokemon not Pokemon Purple. I mean Pokemon Violet. I have it, but I haven't even touched it yet because I don't know, the newer Pokemon games aren't well made. Full of glitches, full of unnecessary stupid things. Could have been much better considering how much money the Pokemon Company has. And you don't have access to a Switch, yeah. So back to the old games then. Pokémon has generations 1 to 5. Oh, I see. So I get to see my pre-Reshiram. Okay. Are you just trying to copy the cry of the Reshiram? Leaks are always to be questions, yeah. I did question that leak in... I mean, leak, is it really a leak or is it a fake? Because that has been happening since ever. People saying, oh, I got a leak of something, and it turns out that's not true. I remember one leak about Generation 2 remakes that everyone said was legit. Well, look at how that turned out. I mean, we did get them, but you were probably referring to Generation 2 remakes on the Switch. Because I do remember reading about a leak, as in leak, not really a leak, a fake like that, and that didn't happen. That is how the Reshiram cry goes according to Black and White. Oh yeah, right, it says Priya. It's funny if you... I think there's a video out there where a AI voice just reads the legendary text files. Like what they scream out before the battle starts, and it's ridiculous, it sounds funny. I got black. I got black and black too. My husband has white and white too. And my black too, actually, I don't mind deleting that save file because that wasn't as important to me. And I'm thinking of using that save file to RNG manipulate once I get to it. Another Schwalbini. A normal one though. Although Generation 5 is the first generation that introduced shiny locks. And that sucks. Basically, shiny lock means they programmed it in that a certain Pokemon will never be shiny. And I believe Reshiram and Zekrom are programmed to be never shiny. in the Generation 5 games. I could be mistaken, but I do remember something like that. And that would suck. So couldn't even RNG those to be shiny even if I tried to. But there's still other legendaries you can get in Black 2 and White 2. Like the Latis. Again, more shiny Latis. This time maybe with better IVs. Although I think Pokéfinder isn't completely finished when it comes to Generation 5. So hopefully once I get around RNGing Generation 5 that hopefully they'll finish the Pokéfinder program until then. And I think that would take a bit. There's still in Generation 3 so many things I haven't streamed yet. And then there's Generation 4 that comes in between. Reshiram Generation 5 was darker and more dragonous cry, well now it's more upbeat. Yeah, some updated cries they messed up, in my opinion. Some updated cries are not updated, but worse. Victini and Genesect are shiny locked too. Yeah, unfortunately they are, even though, yeah, shiny Genesect is really cool. It's red instead of purple. Yeah, so I checked, Reshiram and Zekrom are, shiny locked in White 2 and Black 2. And in Black and White, apparently it's Reshiram, Zekrom, and Victini. Shiny Keldeo would be amazing, yeah, but I'm not sure if I can hunt that one or RNG manipulate it. Because, like I said before, Generation 5 introduced shiny locks, which is the bane of every shiny hunter's existence. So maybe a Genesect would be possible. But then I'd need to, that was a event, so I probably need to do a injection thing again. In Black and White isn't shiny locked? It isn't? Okay, so Maryland.com says that Black and White does have Reshiram and Zekrom shiny locked, but there are ways to remove the locks, but that would that's technically cheating. I know there's a action replay code that removes or circumvents rather the shiny blocks. There's also a shiny lock in Pokemon XD. The shadow Pokemon can never be shiny in that game. There's a video of someone legitimately hunting shiny Kyurem in Black and White. Well, then it should work, yeah. Shiny Tao Trio, yeah. That's a normal Schwalbini again. Cute bird, but I prefer you to be shiny. I mean, shiny Reshiram and Zekrom are so good. I don't know if I agree with that, because I do find them to be very disappointing. Shiny Reshiram, the only thing that changes is the fact that the ring on the tail becomes golden, and Reshiram becomes Zekrom becomes a little bit bluer, but still I would prefer if they swapped the colors with the shinies, so that Reshiram shiny would be black and Zekrom shiny would be white. That would fit also with the Taoism, the black and white, the good in evil and the evil in good thing. What they are meaning to represent, that would fit as well. So you like the subtlety, that's fair. Yeah, there's some subtle shinies that are really good, like What's it called again? I only remember the German name now. Fernontor, what is that? Is it Glalie? No, it's not Glalie. That's the thing when you... No, it is Glalie, actually, I did remember it correctly. Okay, so Glalie shiny only has like red eyes, but it's a very subtle shiny. Yeah, it works because the eyes are really piercingly red, and yeah, sometimes subtle shinies can be fun. Have to check though if that guy who hunted the shiny Reshiram and the other one, if he circumvented the shiny locks or not. Have to check that before I start these. Glalie shiny is good, yeah. Minimal but still good. Some are, but usually I'm not a fan of shinies that don't change a lot. I would prefer a shiny to be ugly vomit green or anything else. I'd prefer that rather than a shiny like shiny Persian, for example, that barely changes. Or shiny seal, barely changes. It's like a slightly different hue of white. If you didn't hear the shiny, like the sparkles, if you didn't see or hear it, then maybe you would miss these shinies, and I don't like shinies like that. Shiny Blissey as well, just slightly, like a more, like a lighter tone of pink. Shiny Blissey should have been, I mean, if I could change it, I would make it yellow. So Chansey is the green egg, the shiny is green, and then it turns into yellow. That would be funny with the, looks a bit more omelette-ish. Gonna play a game on Roblox. Bye. I also trying to stay away from Ray. Love green shiny. Shiny Dragonite is one of my favorite. No, shiny Dratini. Yeah, shiny Dragonite is funny. Looks like Tabaluga. If you guys know who that is. But shiny Dratini I prefer because it's pink. But have fun with the Roblox. Yeah, I mean, Ursaring, usually it's a Pokemon that I really don't like, and I don't like green, but I mean, I would not change that shiny, because Vomit Green is still better than barely any change at all in my book. Okay, see, hopefully this time I did hit a correct frame, let's see. Yes, but not the Jigglypuff. So, shiny Swallow. Yet another shiny that I didn't plan on getting, or that I already have. Welcome back, shiny Rayquaza. Just as you are back, we got another shiny, so, thank you for the luck, I guess. Even though it's not the shiny that I wanted, I am currently trying for Jigglypuff. So we got a Tailo, and it's level 23. Yeesh, could be any of these three, so can't really... No, can't calibrate with this one, at least. Wouldn't even know how to, because they are essentially clones, these frames. You're the shiny Luck Charm, yeah. And the attack missed. Double teams. Annoying in the battle frontier, annoying in the wild. And it missed again. Come on, be a good burp. Be a good burp. Come on. Don't even know if I need, technically don't need to make it fall asleep. I have one in the netball already. Try a netball for this one. Ha! Didn't even need to make you fall asleep, so there we go. Yet another shiny, even though, I mean, I am hunting for Jigglypuff, but that's just Wild Wednesdays. You never know what you're gonna get. And someone calling me. That's good that you won, but I will reset now. Funny how that works. 2 Talos and then shiny Talo. Too bad it's level 23, so I cannot can't really know for sure which frame I hit because there are multiple frames close to each other that give me that Pokemon with that exact level. Back on your iPad this time. My parents have an iPad, I don't. Never been much into tablets. Using my iPhone, that is already enough, but then again, maybe I would change my mind if someone gifted me an iPad. So yeah, if I were to guess which one that would be, I'd have a problem because see the very first couple frames already, they are level 23, oh not a Swablu, sorry, a Talo. So I don't know if it is any of these or maybe, I mean these are level 23. And even if I would deduce the IVs, I couldn't deduce whether I hit this one or this one or this one, because they're identical. These produce essentially clones. They're exactly the same in every single way. Level is the same, slot is the same, PID is the same, they're the same type of shiny. Same nature, same gender, same hidden power, same IVs, same everything. So could be any of these level 23 ones, at least not past the, obviously not the 72,000 one because that is way too long, but too bad I can't really do that right now. I can even get a Swallow, theoretically speaking. Wingle, more frames. Yeah, Jigglypuff is only one single frame. That is the fun part though about Wild Wednesday. What I kinda like is mistakenly, let's say, getting shinies that I didn't consider getting, but still fun getting them. Maybe I mean, how many shinies have we gotten already? Oh, 6, if I didn't miscount. So can't complain about that. Hopefully I'll do get the Jigglypuff though. If not, I think I'll change route again in about 20 minutes. So that you guys can see a couple of other Pokemon, not always the same Pokemon. Of course, if you have a suggestion on what shiny I should hunt in the wild, you can drop that in the chat. I will consider that. Although I cannot guarantee that I can get it. Sometimes the way the slots work, I can't. That's what I'm using the synchronizer for, so I get more slots and more frames. Okay. Hopefully this was the correct input. Let's see. Nope, that's a normal Swablu, which Swablu is Wablu in German. So they omitted the S for some reason. Safari Zone will be fun. And with fun, I mean maybe frustrating, but... I mean, multiple people have come forward and told me that they like the risk aspect of shiny hunting live, or watching a live streamer do that. Where it can fail. I mean, in the Safari Zone, they can flee. You cannot weaken the Pokemon in the Safari Zone. You can only give them Pokeblocks to feed on. And you can try to get nearer, and that apparently it mends the odds of catching the Pokemon. But it also heightens the odds of the Pokemon fleeing, so... definitely is a gamble. My older sister, who's 4, 5, is always so mean to my little sister, who's 2. Well, that's unfortunate. I always gotta stop it because I'm the oldest. That's unfortunate. That's... yeah, I get a lot from people who are the oldest sibling, that it's always them having to babysit the other siblings. I mean, at that age, it could be a lot of things, right? They're still developing mentally. Maybe it's just simple jealousy, or... yeah, not easy. Why is Arch telling you guys to stay away from me? What did I do? No idea. Love babysitting, it's great. Ah, so you actually like... well, that's good. I also... I don't have any problems with paying attention or taking care of children. I raised my nephew as well. Was also some good experience should I ever want children. Already know how to do all the baby stuff, change diapers and all the other things. But still, it's hard work. Children are a lot of work. Especially when they're really small, young, they need a lot of attention. One time while babysitting at my grandmother's, I was up until 4 AM listening to romance jazz. I was single back then. That is a mood. It's a good thing that you like it, because I do know some people who were the oldest sibling, and they did not like it at all that they were always the babysitter for their younger siblings. There's also parents that kind of force that onto their eldest child, which I get it somewhat, but still there are some problems with that. Jazz is great. My husband would completely agree, and I also agree. I like jazz. There's also an anime called Cowboy Bebop, and it has some great soundtracks. Oh yeah, Cowboy Bebop, one of the... I mean, that is a absolute classic. To be fair, I don't really like the soundtrack, but I don't say it's not good. I just don't... it's not to my taste, but that doesn't mean it's not good musically speaking. Because you can not like something, but still realize that it is well made. Was forced to babysit my cousins. No, we'll never have kids. No, that's unfortunate. I mean, that you had to babysit that. I want kids, but I have a boyfriend, so I also want kids, but right now I can even barely afford myself and my husband, so that is out of the question. And kids are expensive, unfortunately. And support for mothers. I mean, what does a child have when both parents have to work and they have to be with non-family members the whole day, and then you come and pick them up and you're exhausted from work, and still you're not done as a parent at that point. You still have to do your house cleaning and help your children with stuff and clean them, take care of them. So being a parent in this day and age is so hard. Back a couple 100 years ago, or when my grandma still was young, she told me it was a whole village raising children, and now everything's become so atomized. The family structure that some right-wing politicians are saying is the perfect one is actually not a historically... I mean, that isn't the family structure that they want, isn't one that was historical. It's a pretty new invention, actually. Having the dad going to work and the mom's being a stay-at-home mom, that is not like it's always been. And I don't think that model really holds up, as in both parents having to work 40-hour work weeks and then still having to attend to your children. I just don't think that is doable. I mean, every single parent that I know right now is completely burned out just from their job alone, and then they still have a child to feed. That has to be so tough. And then that's just the basics. I mean, it could be that your child is has some kind of problem, or it's just a screamer, or maybe throws a tantrum. And imagine you come from work already super exhausted, and then you have to deal with that on top of that. That's just... feel bad for parents nowadays. Not really as fair as it used to be with that. And I mean, we already got enough humans on this planet, so I think we should stop. As much as I love children myself, I think we should stop shaming people for saying they want to stay childless, because that's their decision. And I think it's actually better or preferable if you never have children and you regret never having them, than having children and regret having them, because that is really nasty if you have children and then you regret them, because some children pick up on that, and that has to be really bad. I mean, imagine that your parents tell you, or you can feel it, you can pick up on cues, social cues or body language telling you that. How would you feel? That would be horrible. Melissa's is just obnoxious and mean. I mean, she's still 4 or 5, so the personality hasn't really developed yet, but yeah, some children already are really mean at that age. But because she's so young, maybe I would wait a couple of years to know if she's really like that, or maybe it's something else. My dad regrets me. Oh, that's so unfortunate. I'm sorry to hear that. Oh, shiny Wingle. Hey, why not? So, not that one. But yeah, that's just horrible. I know there's quite a lot of people actually that I know who told me that their parents told them that they regret having them, and that's just... jeez. I feel so much empathy for you guys. That's just... I'm a shiny charm. Yeah, so I don't regret you coming to the world, so remember that. You are worth more than what your parent thinks. And you aren't, you don't owe anything to your parents in that regard. They chose to have you. You don't have to do anything I mean, if they would say, please, I want grandchildren, you don't have to do anything. It's your body, your choice, your life, your choice. Jeez, my Pokemon, I stream Pokemon and then we always get to discussions about the wildest things, don't we? So that Wingull was level 24. Alright, so no. Forget it, can't calibrate that. Okay, let's try again. Worth more to other people, yeah, and that's what's important, right? But yeah, it is generally speaking better to regret not having children than regret having children. Because that comes with a whole lot of other problems as well. These talks, yeah. Okay, I'll Geez, already 10 p.m. So I've been streaming for 2 hours already. Where does that time fly? It doesn't feel like 2 hours to me. Reminds me of when I was watching someone stream Persona 3 Reloaded and it devolved into Pokemon discussion. Yeah, I mean, that's just the way I am. Ask me, like, do small talk with me and I can't really tell you anything important or interesting. But very specific topics I can babble on for hours. Yeah, let's try the Jigglypuff a bit more, a bit longer at least. I only watch Omni streams. Oh, I'm the only streamer you're watching? Thank you. That is, I mean, still I am pretty small as numbers go. So that is a big thing if someone says you're the only streamer that I watch. So you got a lot of siblings, Shiny Rayquaza. I remember you have a brother, and now you've said you have 2 sisters, younger sisters. So you're four siblings. Your mother did a lot of work there. As long as you can read my chats, Omni, you agree to me. Oh, you're welcome. Thank you. I have 4 siblings. Oh, so you're 5 siblings. Wow. Same mother? Already birthing 1 child is a lot of work and tough on the woman's body, so birthing 5 children I have to respect somewhat. Me and my brothers are older than my sisters, alright. I'm the sandwich kid. I have an older sister and a younger brother. So I'm the middle child. And my older sister is much older than I am. And by much older, I mean 23 years older. It's a huge gap. So when I grew up, she was always adult. Which is somewhat special. In a way, I mean, that is not a common thing that happens usually. People were always shocked when I said that my sister is 23 years older than I am. And my brother is just barely 18 months younger than I am, so a year, barely over a year. the oldest and I'm as tall as my mom right now. Well, probably went through a lot of pain. I mean, depends if she got maybe something to ease the pain, or did she birth you without any medication? There's painkillers you can inject into the spine before you give birth, so you don't feel it as much. That's a normal swallow, which is cool and all, but hopefully I get the Jigglypuff soon. Okay, that didn't register. Let's do it again. Having a sister that's 23 years older would be so cool. I mean, was cool. She could take me out to go to the pool or somewhere else. And people always thought that she and her husband were my mother and father. That was funny. The faces people made when she said, "No, that's my younger sister." They didn't believe her. They said, "No, that's your kid. Come on." No, it's not. Human body will forget birth pain after birth. That's exactly what so many mothers that I asked said. Even my mom said that it was horrendous pain, but she forgot about it immediately after the baby was outside. And there's a couple of mothers who told me that, even one mother that a woman in the neighborhood I grew up with, she birthed twins, so boy-girl twins. And she said that birth was more complicated or more painful than her singlet birth. She had a girl before. A single girl. And she said, yeah, the first baby that was full of cramps, that really hurt, but the second baby came out a bit quicker. I'd beg her for so much alcohol. It wouldn't even be fun if I had a sister like that. I mean, even if I wanted to, I'm not that kind of person. I never liked alcohol. But even if I would try that, my sister was always a responsible person, and she would just laugh in my face and say no. So that wouldn't have worked with my sister. The thing is, my mom had 3 children. So my sister, me, and my brother. And we all came... Let's say we all entered the world in a different position. So what some people may not know is the fact that if you give birth, the baby can be in a different position. So my sister came the usual way of head first. Usually babies in the womb are in the position where the head comes out first. I wasn't like that. I came butt first, and I'm always joking that I already showed the world my opinion of it when I came into the world. So my birth was slightly more complicated. Let's say it wasn't a complicated birth or a dangerous birth, but it hurt a bit more with me coming out with my butt first than my sister coming head first. But the most painful birth my mom had out of the 3 was my younger brother, because he came feet first. And that's pretty rare. And the doctor actually had to go in and pull on the leg a bit. And she said that hurt so freaking much. Obviously she forgot about the pain, but that is interesting. The butt is the first thing that gets created, I guess, in the womb. Yeah, the anus is the first thing that develops as a fetus. And that's because of a common ancestor that the human has. There's a scientific name for that, but I forgot that one. Deuterostomes, that's the word. Yeah, we are deuterostomes. The anus forms first. We're all buttholes, aren't we? And another shiny bird. I want a Jigglypuff though, but sure. Although something interesting, my mom also had kidney stones once, and she said that pain was worse in childbirth. And that is interesting because usually when you ask mothers what is the worst pain you've experienced, they always say childbirth is up there. But I did hear from people who also had kidney stones that was apparently worse. I'm doing everything in my power to not get kidney stones in the first place. Let's use a great ball. Not a shiny brought to you by Shiny Rayquaza Shiny Charms. Yeah, that's a isn't that something your airline gives away for free? That's why I'm a fan. Okay, let's try again for a shiny Jigglypuff. Right. Got closed down. It was Arch, wasn't it? Couldn't afford the fuel. Oh, so it's not state paid, because that is funny how so many governments so many airlines don't pay taxes on the fuel for the planes, because there's subventions for that. And actually that's not really that good, because planes are not good for the environment. But shiny charms that give almost 4 times the shiny rates. My boy closed his airlines to make an Etsy store. Can't say that's bad. It's actually good. Yeah, I don't know how you guys are. I just hate flying. I hate airports. I hate being in a plane. I'm also irrationally scared of plane crashes, even though I know, statistically speaking, when I drive around with my car, the odds of me dying are much higher than if I were to take a plane. But did I mention it was irrational? Yeah, it's an irrational fear. I don't call it that just for fun or for the giggles or the lulz. It is an irrational fear. Well, also airports, I don't know what it is, but it's just so noisy, and the noise just echoes everywhere. It's so stressful. I really wish I didn't have these sensory issues sometimes, but oh well. At least I can randomly, like I can remember random star facts or astronomy facts and keep that information on me forever. So at least I think there's that. Shiny Charm, actually, when was that introduced? If I'm not mistaken, that got introduced in Generation 5? I think it got introduced in Generation 5 because, I mean, I have it in some games, also the egg pin, which is good to have when you're a breeder. Hollow Knight lore is so interesting. I mean, I know Hollow Knight, I haven't played it, and I don't really know much about the lore, so what is interesting about the lore? Always okay with a lore dump. I mean, I did spill some Yana lore in to this video today. Now you guys know how I came into the world with my butt first. I don't want to die butt first though, so not sure if I can control that, but ahem, okay. I have to brace myself. Reading class and huge book. Is it that much lore, really? I mean, again, I don't know, didn't play Hollow Knight, I just know it. I do know that the most random things have super deep lore nowadays. Alright, 5 seconds. Okay, let's hope this is a Jigglypuff. Where's the shiny bird again? It's a bird, but not shiny. Alright, one more time. I do really want that Jigglypuff. Shiny Swablu would be okay as well. I did I did get a shiny Altaria. But that was in the Sky Pillar Tower, where you can catch Rayquaza. There's basically this kingdom made by a worm, kind of same thing, that made itself into a nettle, kind of, and he gave all these other bugs a safe home and free will. It's called the Pale King, okay? Part of the Pale Beings. So that's somewhat the creation myth, I guess, then. Pale beings are really strong gods, okay? So the gods of that pantheon, then. Beetle, not nettle. Ah, beetle, okay. Yeah, it has a lot of bug or beetle imagery now that I think about it. There's another god called the Radiance. Okay. Didn't think that it had a deep pantheon like that. Then again, you should never judge a book by its cover or a game by its cover then. Basically took over these bugs' free will and connected them to a hive mind. Oh gee, so like the Borg in Star Trek, they just overwrite your free will and now you're just part of the hive mind. Which is a really scary concept if you think about that. That assimilation of your soul. The hard sci-fi or just a sci-fi equivalent of your soul is mine. This can't make these vessels the guy you play. Ah, okay, I see. So you're playing a vessel. So that also would explain the Hollow Knight thing. As in hollow a vessel. I just know the character with the skull shaped thing always reminds me a bit of the Devil Chaos Chow. Somewhat, slightly. The vessel is supposed to living dead body, so the undead. Okay. Perfect for Halloween. And were made to trap the radiance inside of them. Out of thousands of these vessels, only 2 survived. Oh geez. And you're one of them? Or you're playing one of them? As one of them? the Knight playable character and the Hollow Knight, okay. Seems interesting though. Okay, hopefully that will give me the Jigglypuff. Let's see. Maybe another shiny. Or maybe just a standard bird. What do you think? Should I stay a bit on this route? There's other shinies that I can get to. Hollow Knight was trained to adulthood. I guess I don't know how that part works, and he did his job on securing the Radiance. Wouldn't know because I didn't play the game, and I never watched a video or a let's play of it. Radiance can't be contained if you have any thoughts or free will. Basically, you have to be a walking empty body. Oh, so that's somewhat like Full Metal Alchemist territory, like that. Feel free to stay on the route. Yeah, I mean, could still get a shiny Swablu, a shiny Swallow, or hopefully a shiny Jigglypuff. There's still plenty of shinies that I haven't gotten yet, because I didn't use a synchronizer before, and now that I use a use a synchronizer, I can get much more shinies than I could before. And that's what the vessels were for. Okay, so you need empty bodies so you can go around that free will thing because of the radiance. Okay, follow that. Hollow Knight, the trained one, failed and he bonded with the Pale King. Basically like a father and son bond, and he ended up getting a memory from that. Oh, and now because he got feelings in that way for that Pale King, it makes the thing more complicated, I guess. Maybe I should try Hollow Knight. Give it a try. Mary made him fail, and the radiance couldn't be contained, and he was corrupted. I see. But the other vessel, the playable character, didn't meet the Pale King. Okay, so your playable character is not tainted by the Pale King's ideology then, I guess. He also wasn't trained. That's actually pretty interesting. Kind of see some parallels to other lores. But remember, nothing is completely new or original. Everything in this universe is a remix. So, should you ever get into creative writing for anything, and you are telling yourself, I shouldn't write it because it already exists, don't. Just write it, because there's so many things that have been written that technically already exist, but the author gave his or her own spin to the whole thing, and that makes it interesting. One of the endings is basically the playable character kills his brother, the trained one, and takes his place. Oh, successfully containing it. That's just one ending. There's 5 different endings. I see. I like a game with different endings. Let's say normal birp. I like saying Birp, I don't know why. Also, Hollow Knight is a Metroidvania. Oh, interesting. Okay, I think I should try it. I actually somewhat like Metroidvania if they're done well. I don't know if you are familiar with the Kirby games, but there's one Kirby game for the GBA, Kirby's Amazing Mirror, which is also a Metroidvania, and it's one of the best Kirby games ever. It just really clicks well with the Kirby formula, how the game usually plays. There's also another vessel, but this one has a name. Okay, so she's called Hornet. So a girl. Jeez, that's, yeah, I think I should give it a try. Sounds pretty interesting. She was made by the Pale King, but she was born instead of created. So she lived her own life. Ah, I see. And probably rebellious and doesn't necessarily agree with the Pale King, I would assume. She's the only vessel to receive a name and be gendered. Oh, okay, so the other vessel isn't a him, he, him. Just no gender. The gendered child, I see. So they're like a lot of legendary Pokemon, they just don't have any gender. At least in the movie they show a Lugia having or not, in the anime they show Lugia having a child Lugia and they refer to it as its mother. The way I always understood it is that Lugia is like, genderless, and they don't have to mate with another gender pair to get a child. So they can reproduce asexually. At least that's what I always assumed. Not exactly, she just wasn't supposed to do anything, okay? She was born because of a deal made by the Pale King and another being called a dreamer. I forgot her name. So a god basically made a deal and messed up. Lugia was always intended to be very feminine, just saying. Not sure, Charlotte Blades. Maybe if you have a, if you got a source, then I'm more than happy to see that. I could be wrong, but then again, the anime I don't really see as canon. I mean, that's up to you, right? I don't see Lugia as being feminine. Then again, maybe I don't associate certain things with femininity, but I don't think Lugia looks more feminine than Ho-Oh. I think both look actually very genderless. Same can't be said for Reshiram and Zekrom. Whereas Zekrom really does look more male and Reshiram looks more feminine. The anime takes a lot of liberties, yeah, that's true. Don't they have a Swampert that's like 3 times the size that it's supposed to be? I do remember discrepancies like these in the anime. And I think with isn't it with Lunala and Solgaleo, they are supposed to be gendered, but for some reason in the games they don't appear gendered, which is weird. Because the Pokédex entry clearly states that Lunala is said to be the female counterpart. And if it's male, I get another shiny bird. No, if it's male, it's a Solgaleo, and it's female. If it's female, it is a Lunala. But in the games, they don't have a gender, which honestly I think I would change that, because when the Pokédex entry says that, why not? Why not have main, like, boxed legendaries with genders? Why not? along with all sorts of other things. Baby Pikachu and Nidoqueen. Baby Pikachu could still exist if the Pichu evolved very early in its life, but Baby Nidoqueen was very strange indeed. Shiny birds, a lot of shiny birds today, and shiny whales. Okay, I don't know what. Use that one. Let's use a dive ball just for the lulz. And it worked. Great. Although I would be happy getting the Jigglypuff now, but keep hitting the other shiny frames. Let's save still. Oh wait, do I even, when I go around like that, do I get the, I think the Jigglypuff is a very low odds encounter. Lunala and Solgaleo are meant to be, well, for lack of a better term, compatible. Yeah, I mean, okay. When in the game, right, you go to that altar and then you bring your own legendary, wasn't it like that? And they basically, they mate and have a baby. That's how I understood it. As in they, you know, the bees and the birds and all that thing. When a Solgaleo and a Lunala love each other really, really much, they produce a little, what's the English name again for the... Not Cosmog, that's the middle form. Oh no, it's Cosmog? Well, it is Cosmog, okay, yeah. If they love each other really much, they make a little Cosmog. And I had to chuckle at that bit because basically they showed they showed SEX in a children's game. Technically, it's G-rated, it's nothing extreme, but basically you go there, you bring out your legendary, the other legendary comes with the opposite gender, they touch each other, and then you got a Cosmog. you can already think, you can fill in the gaps in your head at what happened. Oh, and let's not forget Zacian and Zamazenta, who are said to be brother and sister but are genderless. Oh, I only remember them being called brothers, but then again, I could be wrong. Oh, I'm checking that right now. Älteres Geschwisterteil in German, which just means older sibling. And sibling is a genderless term. Maybe in English they say it's they use gender terms. I'll check the English wiki. I guess the Zamazenta is supposed to be the male one. And Zacian the female one. At least from visuals, I would expect that to be the case. Or maybe it's mentioned in... okay, it says younger sibling. I can't find a gender, but maybe they said that in passing in some game text, so... The bats and the lions, if you will. I mean, it happened in the game and I just started laughing because, yeah, they basically made a child in front of you. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. Zacian is said to be the older sister in English. Zacian is a girl? Thought they were brothers. Yeah, I also... I remember there's something about them being male. But then again, I could be wrong. And they don't really... I mean, in the game, they don't have genders. They are supposed to be genderless. I would be happy if they did change that, if they made Lunala to be female and Solgaleo to be male, and also others. Reshiram looks feminine to me, and I think it's supposed to be a girl, a woman, a female, whatever you want to call it. And Zekrom looks very male, and I think it is supposed to be male. At least a male counterpart. But then they go around and don't program in a gender. Weird. Heatran already can have both genders, so there's that legendary, and Latias and Latios were the first gendered legendaries, so it's not like that's a new thing. Zacian Cerebi page has its Pokédex entry in Shield. I think it says Zacian is said to be the older sister. Okay, I'll check out Cerebi in that case, because I'm interested to see that. Zacian, you say? Ah, it does! It does! This Pokemon has slumbered for many years. Some say it's Zamazenta's elder sister. Others say the two Pokemon are rivals. Ah, okay, so it is a girl dog. Interesting. Learned something new. Then again, the German Pokédex entry does not say anything about a sister or brother. It just says sibling or Geschwister, which is sibling, and sibling is a gender-neutral term. But yeah, I was wrong. Thank you for correcting me, Charlotte. Then a female doggy. So it's a good girl then when the Zacian does something good. Me not knowing a lot of Pokemon lore, popcorn. Yeah, Zekrom and Reshiram, I mean, at least I think they were supposed to be gendered. They do look gendered. And I do know that Pokemon sometimes has some mons that are very feminine looking, but they still can be both male and female, which is somewhat accurate because it's like that in real life as well. Gender isn't as binary as people would like you to think. It's more bimodal than anything, so you get so many things in between. And I also know some people in real life who are cisgendered. They're not trans, they're women, but they look so male, or they have a rather male body type. Very broad shoulders, not really a small waist, but they're still women. And I also know men who have very feminine aspects about them. And yet, I would never call them a woman because they're not. So, I don't think a Pokemon company has put that much thought into the gender of their Pokemon, obviously. But Zacian is a bit what? Oh, I think the bit and then CH, is that it? I mean, isn't a female dog that when the dog has had puppies? Then it's a B... Not gonna say the word. Try to see if I can find the Japanese entries, settle this once and for all. Yeah, usually the Japanese entries also have other information. Funny how some information like that gets lost in translation. Like, I didn't know this because I played the game in German. And in German it does not say anything of sister or brother. It just says Geschwister, which is sibling. So you don't assume there to be any gender. Feminine aspects, I don't have femboy aspects, which are different. Yeah, that's an entire different thing as well. I'm super stereotypically female. I love the color pink, anything pink. I love shopping, I love getting my nails done, but one thing I really don't like is rom-coms or anything like romance novels. I really don't care about these things. So Usually women, when they see me being stereotypically female, they or feminine, they assume that I like these things as well, but I don't. I always call female dogs B just because that's what my dad calls them, so it's just a normal term for me. Yeah, it is the term for a female dog who has had a litter, if I'm not mistaken. So that is a pretty overpowered sister that Zamazenta has. Still no Jigglypuff. It's a doggo with a sword in its mouth. In her mouth, I guess, in this case. Really love the shiny legendary dogs. The Zamazenta and Zacian have really nice shinies. But as always, they have to cut the fun and make them shiny locked, so you can't really get them shiny unless you participate in some kind of event, I think. Well, we had a male dog too, and let's just say my dogs did the bats and the lions. Oh, so you didn't spay or neuter them? Well, yeah, a dog's gonna do what a dog's gonna do. That's just nature, right? I almost said human nature, but no, it's not human nature. It's just nature, just mammals doing mammal things. Event only shiny. Exactly, I hate that. Although I got lucky, 2016, I went to the Japan Expo in Paris. And there they were giving away shiny Lunala and shiny Solgaleo. So I have those two as shinies. But that was luck. More luck than anything else. Zacian is the best doggo. Zacian is a powerhouse. That thing destroys almost everything. Free boost when it enters the field, when you give it that sword to hold. Already monstrous base stat attack, and it's fairy type and steel type, which are two very good types to have in that metagame. So Zacian is a force to be reckoned with. But now I think it's not as broken anymore. There's other broken crap right now running in the metagame. Especially Ogepon with the masks. It's just a bit of a shame that every single time some new legendary they introduce with some new gimmick ends up being the best thing competitively. Which, I mean, they should, in my opinion, focus more on balancing the mons that are already there. I traded for my shiny dog. I see. Ogapon being always female and can still kick your ass. Oh yeah, right, it's always a girl. I mean, it's not always that the males are the strong and the large one with a lot of animals. It's the female one. For example, with spiders. The female spiders are much larger than the male ones. It's just with some mammals like the humans where, for example, humans where the males are larger and stronger. It's not with every animal. It's interesting though when you get into the dynamics of how gender is or sex is expressed in different animals. And you can even have animals that are one side they're male and the other side is female. I forgot the exact name. Hang on. For example, some reptiles and some butterflies can display that. Oh, it's gynandromorphism, alright. So gynandromorphism is when one side is female and the other is male. Very rare, but that can happen in some animals. very interesting. It's just so fascinating that something like that exists in nature. Just funny how it relates to a previous talk. I talk about the most random things sometimes. Not gonna be that guy, but in nature most male species look better than females, but that was because males need to impress females. Oh yeah, like with, I'm not angry about that at all. I mean, that is somewhat true with birds especially. In birds, female birds usually look really boring, and it's the males who are really fabulous and colorful, and they all have these very special looking, unique looking feathers to impress the females. So same with some bugs where the males have interesting aspects about how they look and the females don't. Yeah, peacocks are an instance. Just find it interesting that there are animals that have gynandromorphism where they're both male and female, and one side is male and the other is female. It's especially interesting if that animal has a strong gender difference, as in how they look. So some reptiles, for example, one side is super colorful and the other side isn't, because the colorful side is one gender and the non-colorful side is the other gender. And chickens. Yeah, the rooster has a more beautiful tail, absolutely. Oh yeah, there's so many interesting things with that. Although I don't believe gynandromorphism exists in humans, because our cells don't divide like that when the fetus develops. But humans do exist that have both genders or are not really one or the other. And I don't speak about being trans, I speak about being having 2 X chromosomes, more than 2 X chromosomes, or XXY, or something else. There's just so many ways. I know that because of a meme saying, "Oh, look at nature, the male species look better than female made makeup." And said that a female had no genitalia. With what? I mean, if you can be female and not have genitalia, but usually that means you can't. If you don't have genitalia, you can't procreate, right? Not where a kitty was supposed to be. Was that a animal? Like some pet? Something like that can happen. It's very rare, but still. Ginger people with green eyes are also super rare, yet we don't really actively exclude them politically just because they're super rare, but still, that's just what we do with trans people a lot of the time. It's just a shame. Was a human. Oh, I don't know the full story. I mean, it could be so many things. There's so many genetic variations in humans with that. But yeah, probably has to get gender assignment surgery later on in life. Or they just accept themselves as they are. I know there's intersex babies being born, and sometimes they get gender dysphoria because the doctor assumed a gender for them, and that's not what they identify with. It's a whole other can of worms with complex issues, complex ways to... Oh, there we go! Shiny Jigglypuff, nice, finally. Yeah, it's a very complex topic, and there's so many ways that can change. I'm so wheezy right now. Shiny puff. My throat is beyond wrecked. Is it because of the vaping? I mean, for some reason my voice also kind of sometimes broke a bit here on stream, which is annoying because the whole day that didn't... Oh no! I'm such a I'm such an idiot! No! I misclicked and I fled. Fail. Do it again. Oh jeez. I'm a dummy. Dummy, you Anna. You are such a dummy. That's the first time yeah, that is the first time I fled from a shiny, actually. That never happened before. Okay, so... Oh boy! Getting the Jigglypuff still on it. Yeah, I know, I'm an idiot, I know. Oh boy. What was that? I don't even know how I clicked that by mistake. That was stupid, wasn't it? Jeez. Almost dropped the F-bomb as well because I couldn't believe how stupid that was. Jeez, Yana. Really? Got the shiny Jigglypuff and then you run. Brain went oopsie, brain went big fart. That's a big stupid oopsie. But then again, it's RNG manipulation, I can get it again. And I'm actually glad that it happened when I RNG manipulate and not while doing it the old standard way of full odds hunting. Then I would actually be really angry. Because failing a shiny like that really hurts. With RNG manipulation I can laugh because... I mean, I just have to hit the frame again, right? That's it. But yeah, brain went big oopsie there. Brain went stupid. So yeah, don't accidentally flee. Oh jeez, that was really stupid. I was about to catch it too. Probably would have gotten it. Oh well, yeah, have to try again. I'll get it again, I guess. Got the timing correctly once, I'll get it correctly again. At least I hope. I really do want that shiny Jigglypuff and then I mess it up. Don't do what... Yeah, don't do that. Don't copy that. Funnily enough, before I streamed, I was watching... I was in the stream of I'm a Blissey, and he also accidentally fled from a shiny. And I was like, oh yeah, that can happen if you accidentally misclick that. And I thought, I hope that won't happen to me today. And guess what happens, guys? Oh jeez. Oh well. Let's see. I mean, I did hit the frame already. Probably gonna hit it again. Like with the Latios, I failed that one as well. I didn't flee, to be fair, but it struggled, or he struggled himself to death, so I had to do it again. If that was a normal standard shiny, not RNG'd, then I would have lost my SHIT, I could tell you that. Because I did manage to fail with shiny, like the crow, what's the crow called again? Corviknight in Sword and Shield, and that I was so salty about that I didn't touch the game for over a year. I was that salty. It wasn't even really my fault, it was just down to bad luck. That's it. No, yeah, let's see if I can get the Jigglypuff to appear again. Hopefully, yeah. And then I think I can change routes again. But yeah, don't do what I did. That was really, really freaking stupid. Okay, so 5 seconds, let's see. Let's see if I got it again. Or if I get another shiny now. No, it's not even a shiny. Have to get to Beyond Sword and Shield 4th gym in over 2 years. Yeah, the games aren't that good, aren't they? I mean, and I'm not saying that because I have nostalgia for the old games, but actually from a game design perspective, they're not that good if I'm honest with myself. Because I did take, I had game design classes in university, and now I can see games through another lens, a more analytical lens, and what Sword and Shield are and the newest games, they could do so much better, yet they don't because they want to cut costs. They don't want to have a larger team of developers because that would mean having to pay more. Even though in my opinion they should, because I mean it's Pokemon. Aren't they the media franchise who with the most profit? I think they make more profit than Star Wars, if I'm not mistaken. Pokemon always sells because just due to the fact that it is by virtue of being Pokemon. Which is a bit of a problem because that means that the developers and the shareholders and all them, they can get lazy and just SHIT out a new game every single year and people will buy it regardless of the quality. So that is actually not so great. And yeah, I don't expect, should these black and white leaks, rumors be true, then not really hyped for them. I also have a Shining Pearl and I haven't even touched it yet. And I bought these for cheaper than usual. Rip to that random shiny Jigglypuff just now. Yeah, my brain was really stupid there. Hopefully that doesn't happen again. Game reviewers, when EA craps out another Battlefield, the game is broken, they need more dev time, larger teams. I mean, EA is a whole lot of can of worms, right? But kind of scamming us because they're a good fan base. I mean, it's not Nintendo in that case, it is Game Freak. I just think they should maybe outsource a at least a bit of their main series games, because if you compare it to other RPGs, how they look like, the models are, well, just the animations, nothing really changed since Generation 6, and when did X and Y come out? Wasn't that like 2012? So, like, it's been over 10 years and the animations don't look much better than they did back then. And that's just, I mean, at least I believe from the knowledge, the development knowledge that I have, that today it is possible having a Pokemon game where the Pokemon in a battle don't stand around doing nothing. Back then, when someone said that Pokemon battles would be lame because of that, I would say, okay, we don't have the technical capabilities of doing that, but nowadays, no, we do. They just choose to not have that. Imagine if the games look like anime battles with so much possibility with the arena, the area where you're battling in, also getting damage, environmental damage and all that. We could have that. Imagine the games look like that. You would love to see online tournaments, because the battles in and of themselves are like watching the sport of Pokemon battles, basically like a soccer game. You are on the edge of your seat because it looks like there would be an actual Pokemon battle. It would be possible making this today. I'm very sure of that. We need a new Pokemon game with Mega Evolutions and a good budget and some TLC. TLC? You mean DLC? Because I'm more of a fan games coming out being finished. Hello, hey there, human name. How are you doing tonight? Welcome to my stream. I did a very stupid thing before. I accidentally fled from a shiny Jigglypuff, which I'm hunting right now, and Still can't believe I was that stupid. Let's see if I can get it back. Hopefully I can. May RNG bless thee, thank you. So far I got a couple of shiny Whalmers and a couple of shiny Talos, yeah. But yeah, that shiny Jigglypuff fail is embarrassing. Just accidentally fled, even though I wanted to press items to throw the ball, I accidentally hit flee. Which sucks. Have to do it again now, and if you look at the Pokéfinder tabs, Jigglypuff is only on frame 15,324, so I have only one frame that I have to hit. And all the others, there's so many other frames I could hit. And I managed to actually hit the Jigglypuff and then I fail it, so there's that. Oh boy. Do I get it back? I'll stream for another hour. Hopefully I'll manage to get it back, reclaim it. My actual first shiny fail was in Pearl, Pokemon Pearl, where was a shiny Graveler that exploded. And I was so angry at that. That was the first time I threw my DS. Granted, I threw it against the bed, so nothing happened, and like a split second later was like, you idiot, Yana, what are you doing? Don't throw out a DS, that thing is expensive. And you want to take care of your electronics. Usually I do. But luckily I threw it against the bed in my split second outburst of anger, of irrational anger. But yeah, that sucked. Because I wanted to switch out. I saw the shiny. I switched out to weaken it. Because I didn't want to use the Master Ball and then it used Explosion. And that's when I was like, okay, next time I'll use a Master Ball in these cases for the shiny. Because in my book, it's more intelligent using a Master Ball for a shiny that you're not prepared for, rather than to use it as the developers intended, probably for a legendary Pokemon. Because if you plan a bit in advance, catching a legendary is actually feasible, but a unprepared shiny can throw you off guard like it did. Gamer moment, yep. My brother broke 2/3 of my Switch controllers and the other one fell to stick drift. Oh no, it started to drift. Luckily, my original Switch, I got 2 of them in Fuchsia, which one of them is from the US because they are Splatoon only. And luckily I've never had drift problems with these. Broke your TV? Dang. Drift is inevitable, is it? I know a third-party controller that I have for the Switch got drift pretty quickly, and now I cannot use it anymore. Can't play with that. But yeah, the drift issue really sucks, doesn't it? Because there's games you can't really... They become essentially unplayable. You know what? Should I not just throw a Master Ball at the Jigglypuff once I get it? I mean, I have 5 of them. I can always clone more. And it does fit, doesn't it? The purple with the purple shiny. And then my brain doesn't get to do stupid things. Oh boy, still can't believe that happened. Never happened to me. I never ran from a shiny accidentally. But now it has. Which is unfortunate that it happened to the Jigglypuff, because that's exactly the one that I've been looking for. I mean, we got other shinies on the way, that's the point of Wednesdays, but it stings, not gonna lie. You could do even more crazy things using arbitrary code execution, also known as ACE, but I mean, I do understand how it works and all, but I'm a bit scared of doing it because doing ACE is basically corrupting your game, but you corrupt it in a way that you get the things that you want. You can even use ACE to change your secret ID and trainer ID, and if you do that on a cartridge where the battery is empty, you can get other spreads for your RNG Manipulation shiny hunts, which usually is not possible. But I'm just too scared to use ACE on my childhood copy. Maybe irrationally so, but I'm just scared that I mess things up, because that is a risk you can have with ACE. It is arbitrary code execution, so you do execute code that can harm your game, but yeah. Hey there, quite a Skywaker, welcome to the stream, howdy. Yeah, I failed a shiny Jigglypuff before because I accidentally hit run, and that never happened to me before, never in my life, but good thing it's a RNG manipulation shiny, so I just have to hit the correct frame again. But still, I was trying to get the Jigglypuff for so long, and now that I had it, my brain did a very stupid thing. So, lesson learned, I guess. Stick around for a little longer, but I'll have to read up on number theory from math competition. Oh, number theory. Oh, so you're going to another math competition. Good luck for that. And I mean, you don't have to stick around just for me. But yeah, number theory, interesting. Is it a specific branch of number theory, or is it just number theory in general? I did have a bit of number theory in my IT security classes at university. At least those who are connected with the part that's connected with cryptography, making things hidden. I want to play with my friend, but my boyfriend won't let me since I need to give him more attention. Needy boyfriend. And after our whole argument, breakup and back together, it hurts a bit. Yeah, didn't you say you were single, so you're now not single anymore? So you got back together? Number theory in general? I see. Yeah, I mean, where prime numbers are allocated, that is a very big part in cryptography if you want to hide something. At least that's what I had in for university. And some Euler things as well. Especially also some Euler things. the number theory is a big branch, right? There's so many things in it. For example, the Riemann zeta function is also part of that, I believe, and that is something that I know barely any people I can talk to about the zeta function, the Riemann zeta function, because they're like, the what now? And how do you explain that to layman's people, or in layman's terms? Preparation for Baltic Way or IMO. Okay, so good luck on that. Wonder how that will go. We got back together, alright. So you managed to repair things. That's actually, I mean, it's actually respectable. So many people just, how do I say it? They break apart, and they shouldn't have, because they could have just talked more to each other, then things would have been resolved. I think it might be 100 pages. Oh, good luck on that then. Sorry for not staying, spent my time with modded Diablo 2 Resurrected and it exhausted me. Hey, no problem. I know how that is. If you play a game like that, especially if you install new mods and you end up accidentally playing a game for way too long. The breakout was mainly my fault because of an ex. I mean, it's resolved now, so it's kind of similar to the ex, and I don't know what to do. Okay, then, I mean, that depends on so many things. Can't really say that just with a sentence like that. It's not as simple as just staying friends. I see, so a bit more complicated. Yeah, feelings can be a complicated matter, definitely. I also, my first love was a friend of mine, which was not so nice because that friend happened to be gay. And for some reason I never got the very obvious hints that he was gay. Nope. Oh jeez, please, shiny Jigglypuff. Come back. I need to hit the frame again. Can't let it end like that with a fail. I swear next time that Jigglypuff appears, I'll just chug a Master Ball. You mean crush? I mean, I did fall in love with him, yeah. Crush, yeah. Was my first crush, yeah. Was head over heels for him, but nowadays I'm actually happy that nothing happened. Imagine if he said yes, even though he knew deep down he liked men and not women. That would have been awkward into the relationship, right? And I'm also glad because I grew out of him. As in, I just know, or just I figured out a bit later in life that he's not the kind of person I want to have in my life. So nowadays I'm glad that nothing came out of that. And that he just, when I confessed that he said no, I think it's a good thing. I mean, now I have my husband, So lucked out on that. Me who likes both men and women, so there isn't an issue who I date as long as they love me back. Yeah, well, that is easy, but I'm not like that. I'm heterosexual. I like men. Can't really, I mean, don't like the idea of getting with a woman, but I'm not homophobic. I live and let live. I let people do what they want as long as they don't hurt anyone. And I mean, I could have been bi. Could have, but I just happened to not be that. And he did have obvious signs that he was gay, but I was way too autistic to understand that. I didn't notice these signs, or I just didn't think that meant that he was gay. But as I said before, I'm glad that didn't work out. Well, it was a lot of feelings for a little 11-year-old girl to face. Corviknight's such a cool Pokemon, that is true. Although, still salty about that shiny fail. It was even the Gigantamax form. And I didn't do anything wrong, it was just up to luck that I didn't get it, because you can only, after a raid like that, a Gigantamax raid, you can only throw one ball, and if that ball doesn't catch it, then too bad, you don't get it. And I failed the Corviknight that way. Still hurts, still stings. My lungs hurt so much, oh boy. So you've had a break from the vape, you said? Yet they still hurt? That's unfortunate. Come on, Jigglypuff. Jigglypuff. No, shiny bird instead. Sure, I'll take it. Another shiny bird. It's the third one or fourth one? Oh, you quit? That's props to you, because from what I've heard, quitting something like that with nicotine is ridiculously hard. I'm a homophobe. There are two wolves, the bigoted wolf and the raging homosexual. The raging homosexual, what a title. Okay, don't press Flucht, stupid brain. Okay, let's try Luxury Ball. After all, I have 77 of them due to the cloning glitch, why not? There we go. Another shiny bird, which is nice and dandy, but as you know, I want that shiny Jigglypuff back. So I'll stay on the route, and hopefully I get it today. I used to be homophobic while having a boyfriend, but how does that work though? Not saying it's impossible, because I know so many people who are into women yet they hate women at the same time. It is possible, but I just don't understand how that dynamic comes to be. Or did you just pick it up from a relative who spewed homophobic things and you just picked it up because that can happen? So many shiny birds, so many shiny whales. And yet the shiny that I want, I fail. Oh, the tragedy. you didn't like other gay guys. Yeah, I mean, I also knew some people who were really bad and they happened to be homosexual, but I can separate these two things. Being a bad person and your sexuality, that I always see them as separate things. Then I let go of all the feeling I had other people and their opinions, hobbies, anything else. Yeah, it's always good to maybe do a reset on some things or start reconsidering some thoughts. Questioning yourself on some things is always a good idea. Of course, you can go the other way, what I did, and just over-question myself. And I mean, I used to have not good self-confidence, or almost none. I was very self-conscious, but that wasn't really me thinking that. It was what I got from the years of bullying. So when I grew out of that, that was like a big mental load off of my chest right there. And it can go to the other direction, like I said before, where I questioned every single thing I did, and always tended to be, when I did it, it's bad, and when other people do it, it's better. Even though that is pretty toxic. At least I wasn't arrogant. I don't even hate people that hate me. I don't have any more energy for hate, honestly, in my life. Sometimes you have to make decisions like these. Do you want to continue being a certain way? You can change the perception other people have of you, but you can change things about yourself. And you do know what they say, comparison is the thief of joy. Sadly, it took me way too long to realize that. I mean, my mom and other relatives have been telling that for years, since I was a kid, but I just didn't want to enter my head when I was a kid, and now I just realized way too late that it's just true. And I stopped comparing myself to other people, or I started actually realizing that compared to other people, I actually have some things where I am better in a way, or I got luckier than others. So I learned to appreciate that. And also, other people haven't gone through what I have gone through, so there's that as well. You can't compare apples and oranges. You can't be angry at a dog for not being a cat, because that's pointless, you know? My boyfriend said he was glad I'm abused. What? I should kill myself during a short breakup. Whoa, what? I was telling him good luck with life and not end himself. That is actually very abusive. That's horrible. Sorry you have to go to that. And while I read that, I got another shiny bird. Jeez. Another shiny bird. Okay, Francisco, you can do that one. No matter your race, gender, religion, sexual orientation, you still inhibit the ability to be an a-hole. Yeah, there's no excuse being an a-hole. There's already enough pricks in the world today. Why do you have to be yet another one, right? And the attack missed because it spammed the burp spams double team. That again. At least you're asleep now. Come on. There we go. But yeah, don't compare yourself too much, and don't linger on evil things people have told you. Not going too much into what happened to me. I got heavily bullied due to my autism, which is also nonsense when you think about it. But that's just a sad reality of many neurodivergent people. And I sadly remember almost every single evil thing people have said to me, and I wish I didn't. Just don't think too much about that. Because it just drags you down unnecessarily, so... Everyone I cared about has hurt me while I ignore the pain. Yeah, I know that is it's even worse, so much worse if a person who you care about says something like that. I know exactly what you mean. I know this might sound really empty, the words that I'm saying, but I really mean it. I've been through things like these before, that's why I'm saying don't compare yourself too much. And even so, maybe realize that you have an edge over other people. I mean, I got lucky that I got born to not poor parents. I mean, we're not rich, but we're not poor either. In one of the richest countries in the world, in Europe, so I don't have any troubles with healthcare and all that. And also got other things that I got aspects other people would envy me for. So, I mean, if you compare yourself like that, remember that you can also realize that you have an edge over other things or other people. And don't ruminate too much on bad things that they told you. I mean, don't accept it just like that, because that is a mean thing, what they said. That is just, I mean, come on. You shouldn't ignore the pain. Don't think that really helps. I've done that as well, and it never helped me. So, unfortunately, I'm speaking from experience there. At one point I wanted to make the name Classic famous for random stuff. Like just attach the word classic to things. Make it a meme. Is that what you mean? No, why I just wanted that specific user to go down in history for something. Oh, it's a user, okay. Oddly specific, but okay. Oh geez, I do hope that I'll get the Jigglypuff still. If not, then keep it as a cautionary tale as of what not to do. Don't compare yourself to others. Yeah, like I said before, comparison is the thief of joy. It just is. And I'm embarrassed that it took me so long to understand that fact. Back when people told me that they wanted to have my brain because I was basically good at anything, I also wanted to die. Doesn't give you an automatic happiness. Same actually. I mean, I taught myself how to read and write, and I was already at a level when I was 2 or 3 years old where others weren't at that level, developmental level at all, and yet I wasn't happy because I got bullied a lot. So I know exactly what you mean, human name. Not saying that I'm a genius or anything, but even if you got a upper edge, doesn't mean that you are happy with that. Because I ignored the fact that I could read and write when I was 2 years old, which is very, very early. And I compared myself to others in the way, I mean, I couldn't swim until I was 10 years old. Due to my motor skills being not as well developed. That's just the kind of autism that I have. And I couldn't tie my shoes until I was 12. And I couldn't ride a bike until I was 12. And I compared myself constantly with these things, and I was so ashamed of myself, even though, I mean, it wasn't even my fault, right? That's just a thing that I have to accept about myself. I'm not gonna be, with motor skills, I'm never gonna be on a level like others, but then again, I shouldn't beat myself up for that, because it's literally not my fault. I just got born like that. And it's not like I'm completely helpless with these things. Now I can do these things. It just took me longer. But then again, there's things like reading, writing. I was already reading science books before I entered elementary school, so I knew what a galaxy was. I knew so many things before. I knew things as a child that many adults don't know, right? So, but I didn't focus on that. Obviously, unfortunately, I focused on the bad comparisons, where I was the one who wasn't as good as the others, and that's just a vicious cycle. Just don't even start with that. It just, yeah, like I said before, I just realized that way too late. Found learning stuff hard, but I always seem to figure stuff out faster than others and adapt to it. So basically, once I got the hang of it, I excelled. Well, that's good. I didn't excel, I could adapt to a new strategy or methods. That's also good. Being adaptable is a good quality to have. Studying is a skill, yeah, that is also true. If you naturally learn easily, studying is going to be difficult. Oh yeah, because I was like that, because I never had to study in elementary school and in like high school. And then I went to university where you have to prepare yourself. And man, was I in for a rude awakening there. So, what human name says, that is true. Studying is a skill. It definitely is. And even a Einstein type genius wouldn't like learn everything there is to learn immediately. There's still aspects that you aren't as good as in, or you are maybe better than the average, but it takes a special kind of explanation. For example, my husband, he thought he was bad in math, so back then when he was still in high school, I helped him with math, and I know that the way he thinks things visually, so I explained to him visually, and he understood it. And then that's when I saw, see, there's so many people who aren't really bad at a thing. It's just they need a different kind of, like a different explanation or another approach to the problem. And then they would understand it. And unfortunately, school only wants you to go through one way. And that's not how everyone is able to learn, right? It's hard for me to learn new stuff, but once I get a grasp of concept, I get a way around it. I mean, that is not too bad, though. Hello, the only way to keep the mood is here. Welcome back, Arch. Keep the mood just fine. Today's been amazing. Now that's great to hear. If you're willing to share. Gaming with RNG bosses and a Pokemon is fun, and I almost lost all of my ROMs. You lost your ROMs? How can you lose ROMs? Did you almost delete them? Did your brain do a stupid like I did today with the Jigglypuff? Google Drive, my beloved OSC. You almost accidentally deleted that. Parent went delete on the folder. Ooh, and had a Google Drive with him though. Oh, okay. But you said it almost happened, so it didn't happen. Lately, Nintendo has been cracking down pretty hard on ROM sites. To be fair, I can't really blame them since it is a copyright violation. At least that's what I'm legally allowed to say here, right? But usually pirates always find a way. Suddenly some random voices tell me to give up. I'll shut that random voice down and say no, you don't. It's either intrusive thoughts or straight up a voice. Yeah, I've also sadly had intrusive thoughts as well. People have such a weird view of intrusive thoughts. It's not like you want to act on them. It's just you get them and they shock you, but it's not like you suddenly want to kill people or anything like that. Just because you said it, I'm not gonna. The double resistance in that way, like double negation. Did it. Great. Is it just me, or is time flying super fast while my stream runs? Maybe it's just me. Just didn't feel like 4 or 3 hours now, or 3.5. Hopefully in the last 30 minutes I'll get the Jigglypuff back. If not, oh well. Yet another Wild Wednesday failed. At least today's stream's been better because I got so many shinies. Last Wild Wednesday I only got one and I failed another one. Hope you fail in a way so that you dream about it. Okay, that is a very creative insult, if you can call it that. Daydreaming plus intrusive thoughts, worst thing I've experienced. Oh, same, human name, same. I am a proficient daydreamer, and I don't say that with pride because that's nothing to brag about. That has caused me quite a lot of trouble, being too much into my daydream. And if you add intrusive thoughts into the mix, oof. Can't recommend, actually, not at all. Not a Swallow, but I don't want that. I'm going for the Jigglypuff, my dudes. I want that Jigglypuff back. Don't care how many shiny birds I'll get before that. Always daydream easily and get visual daydreams. Yeah, I can... do you know the meme with the how from a scale to 1 to 5, how are you able to picture a apple in your mind? And one extreme is like you can't, and the other is you can do anything with the apple, change the color in your head, make it rotate. And I'm like, I can really if you told me imagine an apple and then imagine random things, I can like really visualize how the apple, for example, turns blue or grows a body wearing a suit and it's dancing. I don't know, anything. I can picture that very vividly in my mind. And the worst thing is, as much detail as I can have in my daydreams or when I visualize something in my head, I just can't put it on paper, so doesn't, like, I can't. That's really annoying when you have so many pictures in your head and you can't put, like, I can't draw it. That's really unfortunate. Which probably everyone does, but suddenly start getting videos playing in my head. Or like when I have an earworm, it's really, not that I hear it, but because I can visualize, or I mean it's sound, so maybe not soundalize isn't the word, but I can picture that in my head, and then it's so clear I might as well be hearing it, but I don't. And apparently I've explained that to people, and some are like saying that doesn't make any sense, but to me it makes perfect sense. I daydreamed that I did something lethal to myself, oof, and I thought I was killing myself without controlling myself. Oh, well, that must have been super scary. Oh, jeez. But nothing happened, and that's at least that, right? Glad that you weren't harmed. But yeah, I unfortunately also know how that feels like. I mean, I have a good family and all that, but unfortunately my childhood wasn't really that nice. Bullying was pretty... I don't know, bullying just sounds so cute, but felt like torture, more like that. But they wasted their time because I'm still here. And I'm still being what I want to be. They tried beating that out of me, and I'm just saying no. And now, just being me, having found friends who accept me for who I am, that actually helps so much. I couldn't visualize pants staying up. Okay. Nothing happened, but I was terrified. Yeah, I mean, I can picture how terrifying that must have been. Yeah, daydreaming can get out of control sometimes. Still standing? Yeah. Still here. Still doing the Yana things that I've always been doing. Jigglypuff, please. And this time, do not click on Flea Brain. Okay, yeah. Oh, that's a Jigglypuff, but a normal one. Okay. I really want that Jigglypuff now. I'll try for that until the stream ends. Planned on ending the stream in about 20 minutes. Then it'll be midnight. And I mean, 4 hours is not too bad, I would say. Nobody can keep standing without getting tired. Yeah, that's true, but then again, didn't mean it literally, right? They try to, what I'm trying to say is they try to bully things out of me, and that didn't work because I am what I am, and won't let people who aren't in my life anymore change that. And should you accept criticism of somebody who you wouldn't even ask for advice? I don't think so, right? Didn't know the context. Yeah, okay, that's all right. Yeah, sometimes your mental health also greatly depends on what people you surround yourself with. Obviously, sometimes you can't change that. Like if you have an abusive parent and you're still underage, that is a very hard. Can't really escape from that. Not at least not easily. But you can, however, choose, especially as an adult, you can choose what kind of friends you want to keep. And I highly recommend doing that just for your own safety and sanity, because don't impress people who don't care about you or just want to see you fail, because you could get a I don't know, like a Nobel Prize, and they would still say you're an idiot. So you just cut these people out of your life. You'll feel better. I mean, I feel much better now that I don't have that thing going on in my life anymore. Now that I'm out of school, high school. I know so many people told me, oh, you're gonna miss high school when you're older. And surprise, absolutely not. I'm still so glad that I'm not there anymore. Like, sometimes I wake up in the morning or in the middle of the night and I'm like, oh, I don't have to go there anymore. Oh, how fantastic. It's not that I hated school itself, it's just the people that I was surrounded. It's because I'm the one always making change for people to just stay that way. Yeah, but I also used to be an extreme people pleaser like you, but that can actually hurt you on the long way, so not sure if you should continue, because don't you also deserve nice things? And not just, so it's not just you bending over backwards for people. Don't you deserve someone who would do the same for you? At least for me, I found that person, my husband, for example. But yeah, being a people pleaser can also be toxic. Not for other people, but for you. I'm also sadly speaking from experience. Unfortunately. But I did learn from these experiences, and yeah. It's what one should do. I haven't been myself for at least a couple of years now. That's unfortunate. Oh, there we go. Shiny Jigglypuff is back. Very good. Okay, and okay, no, I'll just throw the Master Ball. Screw it. There we go. Alright. Jesus. Don't even know myself any. Oh, that's unfortunate. But honestly, Shiny Rayquaza, you're still young. I mean, you're 15, right? And you can still invent or reinvent yourself, grow into another person, mature in in another direction. So that is a massive. I mean, it's never too late to reinvent yourself, right? But think of it like that. You can still reinvent yourself or rediscover yourself. A good example is oh Jesus! Don't run! Don't run! Don't run! Yeah, I have done that now. Luckily, I actually paid attention. Right, so where should I go next for the next couple of minutes? What do we have here? Wurmple, Poochin, I already have those. No, Route 104, what do you have? Meryl, Wingle, already have those. 110, oh yeah, 110, I got so many, there's so many that I don't have there yet, so let's go there. And let's try for a shiny Minun, I still don't have that one. I'll probably stay this way forever. I said that as well when I was 15, and I can tell you right now that's BS. I mean, not meant as an insult, right? You won't stay the way you are forever. That's just... Some aspects will change. And I'm also a person who really didn't change that much. Alright, so 5 shiny birds. Shiny Jigglypuff. Shiny Wingull, and 4 shiny whales. Not too bad so far. I got the Jigglypuff, so at least there's that. 15 minutes left. Yeah, I mean, maybe I'll get one, who knows. But yeah, what I wanted to say is, I, as a child, I mean, there were some things that I got bullied out of. For example, I was, oh wait, no, wrong. Okay, so mine is 15,170. There we go. Let's start this. But yeah, I used to sing a lot, just because I am like that. I was a very happy-go-lucky kid. And that got bullied out of me, and for the longest time I never really did anything with that, and I kind of suppressed it. And I'm gonna be honest with you guys, it took therapy for me to realize that that part of me was always there, but I suppressed it, and now I scribed myself into singing lessons, and let's see where that goes. So there's that as well. You are alive now, and someone who is alive can still change things. As long as you're not deceased, you can still change your life. So maybe that is a thing that can help you. I did evade a decent amount of bullying just by helping people in school, then stopping all help for a while when someone annoyed me. Still wasn't bulletproof. I mean, I got called ugly, even though, I mean, if you look, I mean, I did reveal my face on this channel before. I'm not ugly at all. But still, I got bullied and told ugly, but it's not true. You can be super, like, you can be model gorgeous, and you can be a super genius, and people would still find something to bully you about. Like, they always find a reason. There's no... I mean, everyone can be a victim of bullying. That's unfortunately the case. There's been so many times I could have just ended it. Same, Shiny Rayquaza, shame. Same. Now I seem happy. Well, face reveal, huh? I mean, I did do one on the channel. Granted, that's a couple of years ago, but to be honest, I didn't age at all. Which I'm actually kind of... I mean, there is no English word for that, but in German there's a word called Schadenfreude, which is basically being happy about other people's misery. Okay, that sounds a bit crass, but now thinking back, all the girls that said I look shit, or I don't know what, I look ugly, I look here, I look so much better than them because I didn't age at all, and they all aged terribly, so I do have a bit of Schadenfreude in that regard. But then again, I don't think too much about them anymore because it's a waste of time, quite frankly. And I prefer spending my time with people who, like my loved ones, my family, my husband, my friends. I would do face reveal, but my own boyfriend said he's only dating me because of my personality. Sadism. Oh, come on, that is... He's kind of mean, isn't he? No, it's not sadism though, Schadenfreude. Some people just deserve that. I know it's a parasitic feeling of happiness, but still. You know how the saying goes, right? Be careful who you call ugly in middle school. And I wasn't ugly at all, I never was, but they were just people trying to bring me down. Because of a multitude of reasons that I don't care now anymore. Just stay true to yourself. And you can still rediscover things about yourself. I mean, I know people who, after they've lived for 50 years, had children, went into retirement and all, then they rediscovered an aspect of themselves. And they were like over 50 years old. They've lived their lives almost to its entirety, and then they rediscovered a aspect that they weren't aware of before. In that case, the woman was very artistically gifted, but she never really did anything with that. So when she got a new place, she told me, one room I'm gonna leave free. She doesn't have children in her home anymore, so that's no problem. She just used a spare room as an art room, and then she told me maybe that's a bit egoistic, and I said, no, why not? If it makes you happy, and it did make her happy, so she discovered that about herself. I also have, she's not that old, but a very good friend of mine, she recently started painting. She's over 30 now, she never painted before, and now she's painting, and she's saying she likes it, and she actually has an exhibition going on in Luxembourg, so there's that. You never know, right? I can do face reveal. The school took a picture of me because of math competition. The pose they made me do was hilarious. Are you telling me you did like a JoJo-esque pose for a math competition? Because that would be very funny. I'm like too ugly for the beautiful and too beautiful for the ugly on a good day. Oh, well, that depends, honestly. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. And what some people think is a 9 out of 10, for others it isn't. One example I always cite is, what's that guy called again? Ryan Gosling. I can tell you how many girls and women I know who fawn over that guy, and they think he's the hottest person who ever have walked the earth, and I couldn't agree. To me, it's like he's handsome, but I know people who look much better than him, in my opinion. So, also sometimes there's a type, right? I would say I'm above average attractive at the very least, but there's still people who don't find me attractive because, I don't know, they're not into blondes, which is fine. Because I am a blonde with blue eyes, and there's just men who don't like blondes. They prefer brunettes, or they prefer another type of woman. I'm also more a nerdy type with the glasses. There's men who prefer a rough woman, maybe a woman with a more male side to them. Who knows? There's so many possibilities there. No, but it was a sitting pose that looks really similar to a meme. Okay, now I'm very curious. The flaming house? What? The flaming house? What? I don't know where you get that. Did I pronounce something through my thick accent and it came through as the flaming house? I need me a tomboy. Yeah, for example, I do know people who really think tomboys are super hot, and I also know people who say no, a girl or a woman has to be very feminine. And how do you find middle ground there? Is one lying? No, it's the truth to them, because, again, beauty is still somewhat relative. A tomboy who respects me. Ideally, you would want to have a partner who respects you. The flaming house with that one dog saying this is fine, sitting position. Oh, that. Ah, okay. Now I get it. Maybe I'll do a, thinking about once I get the membership going with monetization on YouTube and all, that I'll do more personal streams on Discord, where you'll see me. And it's more, it's more than private discussions or just you seeing me and I'm not playing a game then. Right, last reset, I think. Maybe I'll get a shiny mine or not. Who knows? At least I got the Jigglypuff that I failed before, so there's that. So James couldn't make it, but that's fine. He has family over from Australia, and that's really far, so I absolutely understand that he'd rather spend time with his family who come from afar. Sent the image on Discord. Alright. Yeah, it is a bit of that, like a sitting pose. Oh, you look like someone, or you look very close to someone I know from university. Actually, you look uncannily close. That's very interesting. But then again, that's a thing that I have to keep telling people. If I see them somewhere and I don't recognize them, like so many people have tapped me on the shoulder and they said, Yana, what the hell? I'm here and you're so rude, are you ignoring me? And I was like, oh wait, who are you? I'm so-and-so. Oops. I'm pretty face blind. So I always have to tell people, please don't be angry at me when I don't recognize someone. Especially some people just age so fast. Or they just... Because I'm so face blind, when I get another set of glasses or a completely different haircut, then my brain is like, oh, don't know who that is. I don't tend to remember people how they look like. I tend to remember people by what they do. Or what they done, how they are, like their personality. If they've been nice to me or not. And also voices. I think voices are easier to remember than faces, but I do know, I mean, I got that tested, I'm somewhat face blind. Apparently that's also a very common trait with autism. And unfortunately I'm also really bad with names, so that doesn't really help. But yeah, I always have to tell that people that please don't be angry if I don't recognize you. I'm really face blind. I don't know why my brain decides it's a good idea to be able to remember random astronomy facts for my whole life, but not faces. But then again, that's not my unfortunately not my choice. Prosopagnosia is the actual scientific term for face blindness. So, Greek prosopon is face and agnosia is non-knowledge. Nausea or gnosia, that's where Gnosticism comes from. The Greek word for knowledge. And in front of the word, in at least in Greek etymology, means the lack or absence of. That's why an atheist is a non-theist, because atheist or agnostic, someone who doesn't know if God exists. I sent a weird picture of myself in the server. The photo style came from a friend of mine in Sweden. I'm an alien for real, yeah. Someone comes across as a grey alien. But that doesn't really, I mean, you could probably walk past me and I wouldn't be able to tell that that would be you based on that picture alone. Well, unfortunately that wasn't a shiny minen. I'll do one more reset, honestly. Come on. Just because it's the anime realization pose. I tend to remember people, though, easier if they have a very discernible or very, like a a trait that can be easily distinguished. For example, people with really red hair, or I know some people who have just mesmerizing eyes and a very rare eye color. So I do remember that. I would I mean, that is easy to recognize, right? There was a girl in high school. She wasn't a bully, she wasn't a friend either. I never really spoke to her. But I still remember her because she had odd eyes, as in heterochromia, as it's called. Meaning that her eyes were differently colored. Her left eye was brown and the right eye was blue. And I thought that was so beautiful. But later I found out that she was super self-conscious about that, even though I kept thinking about how beautiful that is and how unique. I really like people that look unique. Also animals. I like that, because that means then that I will remember you, or at least how you look. Or like some people that I remember, they had super red hair. And red hair is usually very rare, right? It's a recessive gene. I actually did some calculations. You can calculate what your children will probably inherit. And the way genetics works, I have a 25% chance or odds of getting a child who's ginger. I mean, I am blonde, not colored or like dyed my hair. I'm naturally blonde. I was always blonde. My parents were blonde as well, before turning grey, obviously. So there's that. And I do have, from both of my parents' sides, people in my family that are either ginger or like strawberry blonde. And also from my husband's side, there are people who are ginger. So I am not ginger, but I do carry the gene. And I assume that my husband also carries the gene. And I actually wouldn't mind having a redhead baby at all, or a kid. I mean, I get what I get, right? You can't pick. At least you're not yet. You can't pick colors out of your baby. You can't have designer babies yet. Maybe that will be a thing in the future, who knows, but it's not like I have to have a kid like that, but it would be cute. And maybe they'll have green eyes. Almost everyone in my family has blue eyes, except my brother. He has green eyes. So there's a very small percentage of if both parents have blue eyes, like it is the case with my parents, then I think the odds of getting a child with green eyes is 1%. So pretty rare, but and yet still my brother has green eyes. So who knows? Of course I'll accept my kid for what the kid will be, even if trans or anything, because that's what a caring and loving mother should do. You don't pick the way you come into this world. And you shouldn't make fun or hate people because of things or factors that they can't control, like transness or color. And unfortunately, the last one isn't a shiny, and well, now I'm starting to become a bit tired. It's been fun though. Had a little fail again, but I'm actually happy that I managed to get the Jigglypuff still. We can still go to the Pokemon Center real quick to show what I got today. I have greenish blue eyes. We have descendants of Celtic and Nordic people, so quite normal. Yeah, I mean, I have blue eyes. My husband does as well. Almost everyone in my family. Rest in peace to the random Jigglypuff. Yeah, but I reclaimed it, so 1, 2, 3, 4. That one got Pokeros, funnily enough. So 4 shiny Wailmers, 1 shiny Wingull, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 shiny birds. Schwalbini, which is, what was it again? Swallow? Or was it Tailo? No, it was Tailo. Swallow is the evolution. And that one got Pokeros as well, funnily enough. And the shiny Jigglypuff. So, still a good haul. Much better than last edition of Wild Wednesday. And then, thank you, as always, for being part of the stream. And see you, hopefully, next Sunday, where I will do a Safari Sunday. If not, then again on Wednesday with Wild Wednesdays as usual. Again, thank you for watching my stream, and see you next time. Good night and bye bye.